And welcome to the April 9th, 2024 regular meeting of the City of Troy Planning Commission. Is it working?
No.
Can everyone hear me? Doesn't sound like it's on.
There we go.
Okay. All right, I'll start over. Good evening and welcome to the April 9th, 2024 regular meeting of the City of Troy Planning Commission. Copies of the agenda for tonight's meeting are available at the entrance to the room. Agendas and minutes of prior meetings are available on the city website, and the meeting will be conducted in accordance with the agenda as presented or amended by the Planning Commission.
State law establishes planning commissions. This planning commission is comprised of 9 residents appointed to serve our community. Members are appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the city council. Other individuals participating in the meeting include representatives of the city's planning department, city attorney's office, and the city's planning consultant, Carlisle Wortman and Associates.
If you wish to address the Planning Commission, please come forward to the lectern when recognized and clearly print your name and address on the sign-in sheet. Please begin your remarks by stating your name for the benefit of the commissioners. All remarks are to be addressed to the Planning Commission, not to anyone else in the room. If you have a cell phone or any other device that might disrupt this meeting, please either switch it to silent mode or turn it off. At this time, I ask the Planning Commission Recording Secretary Kathy Zarnicki to conduct the roll call, please.
Mr. Buechner?
Here.
Mr. Faison?
Here.
Mr. Fox?
Here.
Mr. Hudson?
Here.
Mr. Krent?
Here.
Mr. Lambert?
Here.
Ms. Malalahali?
Here.
Ms. Parakis?
Here.
Mr. Tagle?
Here.
Quorum present, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next is the approval of the agenda as printed. Okay. We've got a motion by Mr. Faison, seconded by Mr. Fox. I think we're ready for the roll call.
Mr. Faison?
Yes.
Mr. Fox?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Mr. Krent?
Yes.
Mr. Lambert?
Yes.
Ms. Malalahali?
Yes.
Ms. Parakis?
Yes.
Mr. Tagle?
Yes.
Mr. Buechner?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, moving on to the approval of the minutes for the March 12th, 2024 meeting. Does anyone? Okay, Mr. Fox moved and Mr. Lambert seconded. Think we're ready?
Ready? Okay, Mr. Fox?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Mr. Krent?
Yes.
Mr. Lambert?
Yes.
Ms. Malalahali?
Yes.
Ms. Parakis?
Yes.
Mr. Tagle?
Yes.
Mr. Buechner?
Yes.
Mr. Faison?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, so we're moving on to public comment for items that are not on the agenda. Is anyone here to speak about something that's not on tonight's agenda? Okay, seeing no one moving forward, we're going to move on to item 5, which is the preliminary site plan approval, JPLN 2024-0004. It's a proposed outdoor bounce house north of 14 Mile, west of John R., PIN 88-20-35-400-017, Section 35 Zoned General Business Zoning District. Mr. Carlisle, are you going to present for us tonight?
Yeah. Oh, there. Thanks. Good evening to Planning Commission of the public. First item tonight before you is a proposed inflatable park located in the northwest corner of the Oakland Mall parking lot. Inflatable parks, though this is a temporary operation proposed, it is considered an outdoor commercial recreation use, which is a permitted use in the GB General Zoning District, but it does require Planning Commission consideration. The area of the proposal is in that kind of red box outlined on the map, and it's approximately 69,000 square feet. It includes several tents and recreational areas within that box. The yellow line in front of you is the outline of where the proposed fence line for the use is going to be, and you see interior. Those are the inflatable bounce houses and other features. There are washing stations that are located at the southwest corner of the site, as well as porta potties, and there will be a proposed 6-foot fence that will surround the entire site for safety. With regards to operational details, the hours of operation are going to be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. on 7:30 on Friday, 10:30 a.m. to 7:30 on Saturday and Sunday. The maximum occupancy is about 300 people in total and 400 people in the park. The applicant states that they're going to run these in an hour-and-a-half time slots throughout that period. And we did ask a question about food, and they're not selling food, but they are going to sell bottled water, sports drinks, and shaved ice within the actual fenced-in area. As part of our review, we did ask a number of operational questions, and the applicant did respond to them. They did not respond in time for my memo, but the information was included in your packet, so I'll just really quickly run through these. The length of the application, they intend to run this from May 3rd through July 7th, and this will be staffed between 12 and 16 personnel per day. Since this is a temporary use, would the Planning Commission like to limit this only to a certain period of the year and get reapproved into 2025? They do note that this is a temporary use, and if they come back next year, which we hope they're successful and they will, they would have to come back and get another application approved by the Planning Commission in 2025. Does the Planning Commission feel that a 6-foot high fence is sufficient for screening and security? They did note that in previous operations, municipalities have been supportive of a 6-foot high fence, but they are willing to work with the Planning Commission if you deem that something more than that is necessary. Again, confirm if food and drink will be sold within the park. They noted that food will not be sold as part of the park, but again, they will sell bottled water, sports drinks, and shaved ice. Does the applicant plan any ancillary uses outside the park, such as food truck? They do not propose any ancillary uses as behalf of their own application. They did state, though, that if there were some applications that are not part of theirs, such as food trucks or something of that nature, that user would come in the future and get whatever necessary permits are for the city, but it's not part of their operation to include food trucks, et cetera. We asked about the security details and the security plan with the police department. They note that the security will be provided by the mall security team and estimate between 3 and 4 personnel during the hours of operation. There will also be 1 security team member throughout the night located on site, and they did note that the head of security for Oakland Mall will coordinate with the police department, similar to how they handle the holiday season as well. With regards to the lighting of the site, they did note that the site will be lit by the existing lighting on site, which they did note was replaced in 2024. There are 2 poles within the chain-linked area that will light the site, and they do not at this time propose any additional site lighting. And lastly, we asked about vehicular impact and traffic circulation. They will use water-filled K-rails that will outline the edge of the curbs as well as the area of the fence, and this will provide a physical barrier for vehicles. They do note that traffic cones and these K-rails will depict traffic circulation within the site. So in summary, the Planning Commission, if you agree to approve the use, we recommend the following conditions. Any conditions based upon those items that I noted above. The applicant should provide additional information that was requested by the Fire and Engineering Department. And lastly, that the security plan will be approved by the Troy Police Department. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Carlisle. Does anyone have any questions for the Planning Department? Yeah, Ms. Mulally.
Because this is a outdoor fun facility or activity that is being planned, I just have 2 questions. One, how does trash happen? Trash pickup and things like that. And the second thing is, I want to know, I know you address security, Ben, but accidents on site, injuries on site, how are those regulated? What are the processes that we follow?
So first, with regard to trash, there are trash cans shown on the site plan. I assume that trash will be handled internally by the applicant. They're here, I believe, to answer any details about that operation. With regards to accidents, I believe it will be treated as we would any other event on site, that obviously it will be serviced by Troy Police and Fire and other safety personnel. But if that's a particular concern, we can certainly have that issue run through the Troy Police Department as part of the security plan as well.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Yep, Mr. Lambert.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Carlisle, what were those devices you referred to that are used to protect the
They're called K-rails.
K-rails?
Yeah.
Is that, you may not be the person to answer that, but is this like a standard type of a?
I'm not the person to answer that. This was a question also asked by the police department, so I assume that they would be familiar with that operation. But again, the applicant's here, and they could probably address that better than I can.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, Mr. Faison.
So there'll be the fence that encircles the facility, but it's temporary. So when the facility is closed, does the fence stay up?
The fence stays up, so the fence will be up from this period of May through July. It will be removed, obviously, after the July period, and then internally, these inflatables will then not inflate. They'll be turned off at night, and so they'll decompress, and so they won't be seen above the fence during non-operational periods.
I'm sorry, so you said the fence will stay, or the fence?
Fence will stay up during the whole period it's open, from May through July, as security and fencing, obviously. It'll be removed post when the operation ceases to exist at that location. During non-operational times when it's not open, the inflatables will not be inflated and will deflate, and you won't be able to see them.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Fox.
Obviously, this whole area is very, very well parked. I am curious if the applicant indicated in any way, shape, or form, like, I guess what I'm picturing people walking all the way from the mall, like across that open parking lot, all the way to this. Obviously, there's a lot of parking so people can park close, but I guess I'm just curious in terms of pedestrian circulation in the context of the whole site, if anything was submitted or discussed.
It was not, this is an area of the mall where the parking lot is least used of anywhere, so obviously it would be treated like any other use. You know, you park and you have to safely traverse to where you want to go. There is striping and other means within the parking lot itself. We didn't think of requiring any sort of temporary pedestrian pathways. It certainly can be a point of discussion, but parking was not. Parking was not. Parking was not the concern that we had for this particular use. I think tendency is to park as close as you can and safely traverse to the area. But I do understand your point about pedestrian safety.
Anyone else? All right, I think we'll bring up the applicant if they're here tonight. Yes, please, come on up. Just sign in if you could, and then introduce yourselves.
Good evening. My name is Fuad Hassan. I am the owner of Lala Bounce LLC, doing business as Funbox Troy. Really glad y'all gave us the time and consideration. I really do appreciate it. I would like to just give you a quick rundown in terms of the concept of what we're doing and why we're doing it. And then would love to answer a lot of the questions that y'all brought up. So we're 25,000 square feet of fun, safe fun. And we're pretty much one whole bounce park, about 20,000 square feet of it. Next to it is an obstacle course and some areas for toddlers. In the front, we have a lot of seating areas for the parents and the kids to enjoy refreshments during the hour and a half they are there. Why we do what we do? Honestly, I'm a parent of 2 young girls, 7 and 4. And I bring them to my park right now. It's in Oklahoma City. Almost every weekend. They have a blast. It is really something parents and children really do enjoy doing with as a family fun activity that is safe. So really our key things are 2 things. One is safety. Safety is always our #1 priority, whether it is securing the site all the way around, 1 entry, 1 exit, training employees in terms of managing all of our customers in case of an emergency. And I think last but not least, providing through our employees and our training a fun, engaging environment, right, where people feel welcome and they do want to come back. And so, I mean, in a nutshell, really what we always pitch it is, Funbox is really a place of joy for the kids that we have, and really the second part of our mission statement to the kids that are in need. One of our founders, we are a franchise, and the corporate founder, he grew up in the foster system. So for every opening weekend, we choose a local foster charity, and we share a portion of the proceeds, and we donate that to them. And actually, throughout the campaign, we'll find a time that works for that foster charity and maybe other foster charities, and we'll do like a free bounce for that charity and those families. And that's something I am very passionate about in terms of community service and community giving, and it just so happens to be, foster networks, local foster networks are really near and dear to our hearts. So that's really kind of Funbox, really in a nutshell. To answer a couple of your questions that y'all had, one was about trash. We have trash on site that's cleared weekly, our own trash, just for the convenience of our employees as well. I think, secondly, from an injury perspective, we handle every injury, very carefully, where we fill out an injury form. We report it to whoever needs to be reported, and if the 911 does need to be called, every employee is trained in terms of the protocol, which we do that. And, in 2 campaigns that I've managed in Oklahoma so far, we've had, the parent choose to call an ambulance and the kid turned out to be completely fine. But just out of safety precautions sometimes, ambulances and fire trucks get called, and As so far, we have not had one severe injury, because, I mean, the key thing is training the employees, staffing the park properly, and ensure everybody, all the children as well, play safely inside, right? Because we have, I mean, we are fun for all ages. So parents go in there, they have fun, teenagers go in there, have fun, and 5-year-olds go in there and have fun. So we just got to make sure we maintain that security and safety protocols. I'm trying to think of what was...
K-rails.
Yeah, so those K-rails, I mean, we do them as required, and I mean, essentially, they prevent any car from ramming into really the safety fence, right? And really, if you think about our safety fence, I mean, there are going to be emergency exits all throughout, mostly for, in case of an emergency, like an ambulance needs to get in the back and pick up somebody, but those are locked at all times. The only entry and exit is through the front, normally. Right? So if my kids are running around in the park, I'm never worried about them like they were on Sunday, this past Sunday, because I just know if they're going to come to the front, I'm going to see them. And whenever we see children come up to the front and they're trying to walk out, we never let children below really the age of 18 walk out without parent present, even if they dropped them off. And parents are only allowed to drop off kids only if they're over the age of 13.
Up to 13?
So anything up to 13, one parent, guardian has to buy a ticket and get in, supervised, but anything above 13, they're allowed to drop off the kids and come back and pick them up. But the kids themselves cannot leave, between 13 and 18, they cannot leave the park without the parent actually coming to the front and picking them up.
Does anyone else have any questions? Yep, Mr. Beekner.
I've got a few questions, if you don't mind. So multiple franchises?
Yeah, so it's we are really nationwide. The corporate franchise started in California, then it started branching out really all through the Midwest, the South, and the East Coast. I'm born and raised in Michigan, so when I had the opportunity to present it to me when I'm a resident of Dallas now, to choose territories, the first one I chose was Michigan, and another territory that was close to Dallas, which was Oklahoma City. But I really tried to bring this to Detroit last summer, but because of the limited time, which we have great weather, right, where we can operate and open, and it's still, warm enough or not too hot, right? It really dictated for us to open in the spring of 2024 instead of late summer last year.
How many franchises approximately?
Right now, we have about 30 franchisees operating 40 locations, give or take.
And they're working well, safe and everything?
Yeah, safety, I mean, I'd say I talked to the CEO last Friday, and I'd say we're up to about 2 million tickets sold since inception in early, I'd say, 2022. Actually, I'll take that back. Early 22, the corporate franchise, and 2023 we would start distributing the franchisees. We've had one actual incident reported to insurance out of about 2 million tickets.
Okay. Are all those outside?
Yes.
And that, I'm just nervous. We all know Michigan weather, wind. I read it's up to 30 miles an hour is what I thought I read.
Absolutely.
I think our wind can get more than 30.
Any rain, we close, especially thunderstorms, but generally rain sometimes even if it's just a drizzle, just to make sure customer satisfaction is 100%, we close and we dry and we drain, and we reopen whenever we are dry, only when we get dry enough, right? From a wind perspective, we are only up to 30 miles an hour, right? If it gets anything north of 30 miles an hour, we shut everything down. And I can tell you I've had to do that multiple times in Dallas and in Oklahoma City. We have really, really high winds in the plains. So there have been 2-3 days where the second it reached above 30 miles an hour, and I'm talking about from an average wind perspective, we had to shut down. It's just not safe enough for the customers. Forget like this, the park holding up. Actually, most of the time that's not an issue, but once we get to 30 miles an hour, that just becomes too risky. Things chairs, tables start moving around, and we shut everything down.
Any issues coming out of the inflatables onto the pavement, safety-wise?
No, everything is Velcroed down with, honestly, the strongest Velcro I've ever used. And it's really tough to put together when we do construction in the beginning and take down at the end. We've never had anything fly away, even if it's a fluffy inflatable.
Why would you stop in July, early July? Why wouldn't you keep going?
Generally our campaigns are about 10 to 12 weeks. So we actually wanted to potentially operate in a different part of Detroit. And that's, we're still going to be in Detroit Metro, actually. We're looking for and finalizing potentially our second location, but we don't have that down yet.
Thanks very much.
Absolutely.
Yep, Mr. Fox.
Yeah, I have two questions.
Yes.
First one, so are you aware of anything similar to this anywhere else in Michigan, like another company offering this type of service or anything?
There is one company that's been operating east of here for the last couple of years called Bounce America, I believe. But they offer somewhat of a similar product, but it's not a one-piece park that's all connected. They kind of have like 6, 7, 8 pieces, somewhat similar, and they're a lot more expensive. They operate on grass. We operate on asphalt generally and near malls. And they come here for, I believe, like 2 to 3 weekends at a location. So they have like one park and they tour all of the United States with like one park. For us, we focus on a single territory and serving the local population and coming back and serving them by providing good customer service and making sure everybody enjoys, our park. We've run 2 campaigns, and on Google, we've had 100 to 200 reviews of 4.8 to 4.9 stars so far. And, we pride ourselves in customer service and training our employees, hiring the right personalities, number one, that enjoy being around kids and bubbly and have fun outside, and then provide, really fun experience for everybody.
And then my second question is actually for Mr. Keatsy, if he has a second to pop up, the owner of the mall at large. I don't know if I pronounced your last name correctly.
Yeah, Keezy, would you like to talk now?
Keezy, yeah, at any point, yeah, if other folks have questions for the tenant before.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can you please ask the gentleman to sign in?
Yeah, could you please sign in?
Yes.
Anyone who speaks has to sign in. I think, Ms. Malala, did you have a question for the applicant? Maybe what we'll do is we'll finish here and then have him come up. Okay. So don't step down quite yet. We're not done.
So a couple things. It says you are the world's largest bounce park.
Indeed, we are.
When I Googled your company, it says world's largest bounce park. I like this concept. I'm familiar with this also. And the fact that it is Oakland Mall, I'm even more interested. I like the hours of operation because you're hitting the weekend also. But I'm, like Mr. Beatner said, why stop in July? Our schools here in Michigan, you probably are familiar, they close in June. And July and August are also the months that kids would love to enjoy this. Why close in July, your operations here?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's quite frankly, with, Mario and the city's blessings as well, I mean, if things are going really well, we would be potentially open to continuing operations for the rest of the summer. Honestly, right now, it's more about the saturation of the geography and the local population. So, I mean, you got to imagine we are doing about 2,000-3,000, actually probably 3,000-4,000 customers a weekend. And throughout 10 weekends, you can imagine, again, from the family's perspective, and there's many return customers that say about 20% of our customers are return customers. Some of them are multiple times. And we advertise to everybody throughout that 10, 12 weeks. At some point, it's just more about saturation. And, the volume kind of, after 2 to 3 months, it really does fall off. So for us, it would make sense to potentially drive to about an area about 30, 45 minutes away, where people have heard about us, but they've thought, they're too far. And honestly, that worked out for us pretty well in Oklahoma City, where we were south of Oklahoma City, about 20, 30 minutes. And we did well, but then in the last, even third, we were open actually for 13 weeks in the last month, sales were pretty weak. But then when we moved up to North Oklahoma City, again, it's similar to area like Troy and Bloomfield Hills, we got a completely different clientele, because we had 10% of our customers were from all over Oklahoma City, including the north, but when we moved north, there was just a lot more families. Right? And that's, at some point too, if we continue opening for another 2-3 months up there, at some point things are going to slow down. And it's generally from a capacity perspective, a number perspective, it's just an economics game. So, we do want to serve the whole Detroit metro. And, you know, I was born and raised in Grosse Ile, downriver. So, you know, kind of get into that area, maybe Dearborn, Detroit, somewhere over there. We've considered Ann Arbor as well. So we're trying to figure out an area that can be just like this one, central to the general region. And then, but honestly, if things go really well, I love this area. I love the mall. I love the people I'm working with. They're really helpful and they're professional. So we might consider staying.
Okay, thanks. Yep, Mr. Krantz.
Those K-rails, do
Yes,
they
sir.
stop an automobile?
Yes.
At what speed?
That's something I can do. I can work with the providers and the vendors to provide exact numbers on, but generally, you know, I would imagine at ramming speed, they should be able to stop majority vehicles.
Anyone else? I have a couple questions.
Yes.
During the presentation, I don't think the slide's up now, but there was a question about the fence, and you had said that you'd be willing to work with us on a different fence. I'm just wondering, have other municipalities asked for a different type of fence, whether from an aesthetics or a safety perspective? What have you done?
Honestly, and I stay in contact with a lot of franchisees nationwide. 6-foot fence has sufficed, honestly, 100% of the time. But there's been a couple of places where they've required a fence that just, it's not your standard chain link fence. It's like a more of what they call an event fence. So it doesn't have like the diamond shape thing. There's more like rectangles. It just looks a little bit cleaner. And honestly, we're considering that for all of our future campaigns because, one, it looks nicer, and we wrap it around with fun box mesh, right? To just, you know, I mean, it's nice aesthetic, and then at the same time, from the backside, it protects, you know, the prying eye to what's inside the park in the back, right? So it just makes it look nice. Honestly, just makes it look nice and protects the mesh as well.
Okay, so that was actually going to be one of my questions, whether you would wrap it with mesh, because then I think it serves protection from the wind, and it also, I mean, I think.
Absolutely.
And then also you can advertise or make it look nicer as well.
Yeah, I'm having to buy brand new mesh because, you know, the 45-mile-per-hour wind gusts, even if you're shut down, will tear out that mesh. So.
Yeah. And then another question, obviously, I think safety is probably the biggest concern from a lot of us up here. I imagine that many of your employees are going to be maybe high schoolers who are working or young people. Will there be a manager that's always on site, or someone, you know, who's experienced and who knows what's going on?
Absolutely. For one, me or my wife will be on site at all times every weekend. And we are actually going to be getting local residents here for the summer in terms of just making sure one of us is there. We will hire a manager, and we're actually looking for that manager to become more of a general manager and district manager for us that can manage multiple campaigns, and we can pay them. And when we come back next year, really, we don't have to worry about hiring a new manager, right, and retraining, doing all that. We also have team leads. A team lead in the front, a team lead in the back, along with those 12 to 16 employees.
Okay. And what is the price point? Like, what would a ticket sale be?
Right now, we are targeting to list about $18 a ticket. Generally, it's going to be a normal price, going to be $22, but most weekends we're probably going to end up listing somewhere around $18 a ticket. And we do offer veteran military discounts. We do offer senior discounts, and anybody 2 and under is free, as well as really anybody that is pregnant or with any disability.
Do you offer like a punch card or some sort of you know, you pay once and you can come as many times as you want, or anything like that to encourage?
We've thought
your
about that concept. It's just a little bit more difficult to implement in like a temporary establishment like ours. But we thought about doing something like a all-weekend pass or all-month pass, right? And we offer, those make sense in the beginning. The weekend pass maybe towards the end as well. I think those would make a lot more sense. And I think y'all mentioned is like, if we stay here for most of the summer and kids are off all week, then I think something like that would work great, right? Versus generally, we tend to see one visit, family visit, maybe once a month, right? Based on the price point or anything like that. But we are actually considering that exact concept that you're discussing.
Okay, thank you. If no one has any other questions for the applicant, we can ask Mr. Mario to come up. Sorry, I don't want to say your last name. What can you tell? Please introduce yourself and sign in.
Sure. Mario Kesey, 2600 West Beaver.
Mr. Fox, I'll go ahead and let you start with your questions for Mr. Kesey.
Well, first off, I wanted to say I very much appreciate that you're bringing in something that at least the whole time I've lived here around, I live like a block from Oakland Mall, I haven't seen any kind of fun event like this in the bit that I've been here. So I really appreciate you coming in and bringing in something new to kind of draw people to Oakland Mall and draw people to the area. Very, very nice. I did want to ask, because I know you've come here before and you've talked about, their big plans for the mall, how it's all going to work. I guess I'm curious, we had previously discussed in that northwestern corner the potentially for like multifamily units or something like that. If this applicant starts returning on a regular basis, is there a potential that they'll kind of move around the parking lot as different things are put in, or what's the longer term vision for that?
Sure. Well, thank you. I guess I'd start off by giving a little background on why we are proceeding here, and I think this is the second time in front of your group. We appreciate your feedback already. It's been 2 years since we've acquired the mall, and we've learned an incredible amount of knowledge since then. And one of the important things that we're doing is being patient with our overall plan and master plan. I think when we started this before we acquired the mall, our master plan included office towers, and we know the world has changed since then. It wasn't my idea, trust me. But those are no longer in any discussion whatsoever. But one of the things that we are really, really in tune with is family entertainment, family-friendly entertainment. And this concept was very attractive to me because I have 3 little ones under 6. And one of them who suffered a toddler fracture at an air park that had trampolines, and I'm, as a dad and actually kind of as a landlord too, against trampoline parks. I think that they're just, whether you're an older person that can't jump around that great, they're dangerous. So this to me, like being in an inflatable air park, which is soft cushion and a lot easier to jump on, was attractive to us. And some of the family entertainment that we've been able to launch at the mall has proven to be incredibly successful and has brought great crowds to the mall. I mean, Chaco Town brought brought a lot of people back to the mall for the first time with their kids. Winter Wonderland, which we slapped together really quickly, and that was a 1 month. It was incredibly successful, and that space is going to be a 25,000 square foot permanent entertainment installation that will open in the next 60 days or thereabouts, and it's going to be a really sensory, family-friendly environment that will lead the way for more of that to come. And then to add one more thing, we talked about trampolines, which I'm not a fan of, but we've been approached on this site from Midway for a fair, and initially I wanted to do it, and then we spoke to city manager and others, and it wasn't something that they wanted to see. And then at a later date, so as I'm educating myself, I've learned that that's not something that I'd want to see either, just in a sense of, they're open later, they're kind of hard to control, and if Troy Days would want to come to the site in the future, we've had discussions with them about just, community engagement and how we can work together and help them be successful. That's just a little, that's a little more background on the family entertainment sector. As far as master planning the entire site, as you can imagine, I get calls all the time. People want to build apartments, people want to build hotels, people want to, but it has to be planned accordingly and it has to be planned, perfectly. And we have a lot of different approaches of master development, and you can almost guess how many different possibilities of uses that can take part in this site. And it's an incredible piece of real estate, and I hope that I'm able to pull off something that's great for the community and for the site overall,
Thank you. Are you considering seeking out food trucks to sort of come in around this area during the business hours of the Bounce Place to try to get a little bit more action and draw people in? Is that a thought that you're having?
We definitely have food trucks in mind. I don't know if anyone has had an opportunity to visit Detroit 75 Kitchen, but they took our old auto center, and we actually hope to kind of expand on it in that area, just because we want to use the auto center facilities to host restrooms and areas where people can sit. So we're hoping by the end of the summer you'll see more an expansion of that business model. As far as being off 75. We haven't been approached for that. We'd entertain it if somebody came and wanted that highway frontage, but there's a lack of facilities up there that currently exists.
Does anyone else have any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. I think we're all set.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to open it up for discussion. Yes, Ms. Malala Holly.
My 2 cents, I really like the fact that Oakland Mall is going to see so much more traffic, so much more family friendliness, activity, fun activity at that. So I'm all for it. And I think we should give it a try. It's a 1-year application, so let's see how that goes.
Yeah, Mr. Fox?
Yeah, also just to echo that, I mean, like I said earlier, I live a block from the mall. My wife and I go there all the time. And honestly, the couple of events that they've already brought in, Chocolate Town was mentioned. I mean, those have just brought in a lot of families, and it's really been fun swinging by the mall and just seeing how it's kind of alive again. So.
Yep, Mr. Lambert.
I wasn't sure if you were going to take any public comment or not, but if there is any, I do have a resolution to offer, so.
That's a good idea. We can see if anyone's here for public comment. Would anyone like to come up on this topic?
Just not think so.
Okay. We'll close the public comment, but that was a good idea. Thank you, Mr. Lambert. If you're ready for a resolution.
Resolved that preliminary site plan approval pursuant to Article 8 of the zoning ordinance as requested for the proposed temporary outdoor bounce house located north of 14 Mile and west of John R. PIN 88-20-35-400-017, Section 35, Zone GB, General Business Zoning District be granted, subject to the following, that it would be approved for the year of 2024 only, that the applicant would provide security details and confirm security and vehicular pedestrian safety plans with the Troy Police Department, and that the applicant shall provide additional information as requested by the fire and engineering departments. And the security plan is to be approved by the Troy Police Department.
I'll second.
Okay. Yep, Mr. Faison.
What the point about the fencing added
About the mesh,
around the fencing?
I got the impression that they were doing the mesh.
Okay.
So I'm going to assume that goes in.
You can put the mesh in the resolution as well if the seconder agrees, so.
Yes.
You agree? Okay. Any discussion? Yeah, Mr.
I believe
Fox.
there was also another point. I just want to make sure the fire department and the engineering department are also
mentioned that in the
mentioned.
resolution.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I thought I just heard police.
Yep. Okay, I think we're ready for a vote.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Mr. Krant?
Yes.
Mr. Lambert?
Yes.
Ms. Malala Holly?
Yes.
Ms. Parakis?
Yes.
Mr. Tagle?
Yes.
Mr. Biegner?
Yes.
Mr. Faison?
Yes.
Mr. Fox?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to the public hearing for the City of Troy Draft Master Plan. I'll turn it over to Mr. Carlisle for the presentation. Good timing, huh? We lost the TVs?
No, these just take a while to kick in sometimes.
Okay.
Okay.
Here we
thank
are.
you. Just for process background, on February 19th, 2024, the City Council kicked back, I don't know if that's the right term, but sent back, how about that? Sent back the master plan, what's that? Remanded, whatever the technical term is. The master plan back to the Planning Commission to discuss specifically 2 nodes, the nodes at Crooks and Waddles and the nodes at Livernois and Square Lake. On February 27th, the Planning Commission's Master Plan Steering Committee met to discuss those two nodes. The focus of the meeting was to reconsider the intent language and details for those two nodes only. We were not opening up the master plan in totality. And after that meeting, the Planning Commission forwarded language to the Planning Commission for consideration. At the March 12th meeting of this year, the Planning Commission discussed the Steering Committee recommendation regarding nodes F and L, and the language that I'm going to present tonight is reflective of that discussion from the Planning Commission. So for Crooks and Waddles, the language is consistent with what the Planning Commission originally had talked about with some minor tweaks.
I'm going to jump in here if you don't mind, Mr. Carlisle. Just for full disclosure and transparency for everyone up here, I did have a conversation with Mr. Carlisle today, and I did recommend a few changes which I believe are incorporated in this slide. So there might be some, I think Mr. Carlisle will point them out, but some minor changes from what was in the packet, because I thought it better represented our last discussion at our last meeting from the way I had understood it. So he's going to walk you guys through it, but I just want everyone to know that.
Yeah. So the first change directed as directed by discussion with the chairperson was take out the notion of low-scale multifamily residential is encouraged. It was discussion that low-scale single-family attached was more would be more compatible and compatible and transitional type housing style than multifamily. Multifamily typically is what we think of as an apartment building stacked on top of each other, one shared entrance for multiple units. Low-scale single-family attached is smaller scale duplexes or triplexes that have single entries that are similar to a single-family type use. So that was the first change as directed by the chairperson. Second change was adding the word intensity to scale and orientation of the multifamily neighborhood at the northeast corner of E to model what we would like to see in this location. We felt the intensity was an appropriate word with regards to that encompasses density, encompasses height, encompasses uses, et cetera. So we thought the intensity was the appropriate word. And then the last change directed by the chairperson was there was a note in here about traffic patterns and limited access points, and we just felt like limited access was not very clear, so we just took that out in general. Those are the three changes directed by the chairperson. The changes that you have seen since your last meeting was directed by the Planning Commission. We slightly amend the language here to add a park use or low intensity and scale residential for the entire area, especially within the corner near the expansion of the Stonehenge subdivision. And lastly, we added language with regards to the southwest corner, that there be consideration of a future rezoning to a lower density multifamily zoning designation such as RT. Other than that, this is the same language that the Planning Commission considered at the last meeting and had directed us to put into this form.
I think before we move on, maybe or if you're done with that.
I'm done with this node, yes.
This node. Before we move on, I think it might be helpful to talk about it amongst us if anyone has any questions at this point. Yep, Mr. Fox.
I disagree with striking multifamily from the first paragraph. I think leaving that option available is appropriate, and we'll review the site plans as they come up. I don't see why we would limit it just to low-scale single-family attached.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Lambert.
Okay, sure. I guess a couple of questions. The differences between the southwest corner and the northwest corner. In one, we refer to a park use at the southwest corner, but we don't use that in the northwest corner. And I think Mr. Tagel's the one that suggested it at the last meeting, that I think he was talking about both corners, if I'm not mistaken. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but.
I believe I was just talking in the southwest corner.
Southwest, okay,
Yeah.
all right, good.
Yeah.
The other question is, we talk about at the southwest corner, the city may consider rezoning that, but we don't talk about it at the northwest corner. Do we want to include that?
I do. I went on to say at the bottom here, talk about the northwest corner, the city may consider rezoning the Oh, northeast, I'm sorry, the northeast corner. No, I did not talk about the northwest
Okay.
corner for rezoning.
So I was wondering if we want to add that in there to rezone the northwest corner down as well, so. Because we talk about it at the southwest, but not the northwest.
The northwest corner talks about development in the northwest corner shall also ensure appropriate transition. I know we had a lengthy discussion at the steering committee, and it was felt that the future land use for that area is fine. We wouldn't need a rezoning, but open for discussion with the planning commission.
I think that my memory is because of the daycare center that was approved, if we rezone it, then all of a sudden now is a non-conforming building, so we thought we would use the language in the master plan to guide the zoning.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, Mr. Faison, did you still have a?
I just
comment,
wanted, Ben, if you could, to Mr. Fox's point, you talked about the difference between multiple family and the single family attached. So could you reiterate that?
Yeah, so when we think of multifamily, the traditional thought is apartments, where you have one entrance that serves multiple units. Typically, those are larger massing. They can be a little bit more intense from a unit standpoint because you're sharing commonalities such as common entrances and hallways, et cetera, and other common entities. They are, in our world, in the planning world, they are a transitional land use between single family and commercial and other more intense uses. That being said, they also are larger and more at larger scale, typically per acre, than you would have a lower intensity use such as single family attached, which can be townhomes, can be duplexes or triplexes, but those are single family, one common entrance. They can be ranches, they can be multiple stories, but they're typically a little bit lower intensity and may serve as a better transition for certain nodes where you have concerns over the intensity of traffic and height and density than you would in some other nodes where a higher intense multifamily use may be more appropriate. So that, I think, was the discussion about why multifamily was struck in and instead went with low-scale, single-family attached as for this particular node in question.
Got it. Thank you.
I'll go with the language you came up with, the low-scale, single-family attached, as opposed, I don't want to see anything larger than that.
I have a question.
Ms. Malala Holly.
I just need further clarification on low-scale, multiple family residential to the explanation that you just gave, Ben. How different is what is low scale?
So low scale is typically no more than 2 stories, 2.5 stories at the most. We don't have a density cap in the district, so it's really contextual based on the surrounding land uses, the size of the property, access issues, parking issues. It's low intensity in terms of the number of units, the number of parking spaces. Then we get into issues of lighting and other and screening and buffering and transition type questions. This is a master plan, so it's a narrative, so there's no hard set numbers to that, and so it's more of a subjective narrative that we use in really in the context of how this node, based on some of the surrounding circumstances and character as compared to another node in the city, and how it may be reflective of what low intensity for that node may be different than low intensity in this node.
Got it. So as the language has been amended by our chairperson, currently then, it says low-scale, single-family attached, which means we are talking about single-family homes or single-family attached homes only that will be allowed after this language, if this language gets approved, I guess.
So right now in the neighborhood nodes, single-family detached, your traditional home in Troy, is not permitted in the neighborhood nodes as of now. Now, that may change when we go through the rezoning process and the text amendment process that will come as a result if this master plan does get adopted. Low-scale attached are literally homes that share a common wall. It can be in the form of a duplex, it can be in the form of a triplex, a quad. The development that we all seem to like at John R. Waddles, that is single-family attached. It happens to have a mix of 2, 3s, and 4s, but that is single-family attached. They all have units that all have their own separate entrance from the exterior. That's how we constitute as single-family attached.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Yes, Mr. Fox?
Well, and I guess to the point of the master plan being a narrative, I feel like removing a phrase like multifamily is projecting an image that I've lived in a lot of different apartments, and a lot of them have been small. You know, I lived in an apartment up in Oxford where it was one entrance, but there were only 4 units, and it was not even close to being taller than the surrounding homes, single-family homes that were around it. So I just think striking multifamily is unnecessarily limiting. I think there's no need to cut it when, at the end of the day, if we end up with a small apartment, which we will have the chance to review and approve as needed, that works, as well as single-family detached. So I don't see a purpose in cutting it out.
Okay. Yep.
The underlying theme for the last year or two in this planning commission has been a concern about, call it density for everybody to know what we're talking about, especially in areas where there's single-family homes. I think the excising of that language, low scale and multiple family, is important in respect of the homes surrounding this property. And, you know, we've got some other areas of this city, if you want multifamily, a little more appropriate than sticking it in the middle of a family neighborhood. So I'm in favor of making the changes as suggested.
Yes, Mr. Tagle? Okay. Sorry. Mr. Tagle?
Would you like to expand any more than what Mr. Carlisle said as to your reasoning for striking this language?
You know, I thought that, and maybe I was wrong, maybe I should have gone back and listened to it more carefully, but I thought that because we weren't going to rezone that corner because of the daycare, the conversation had been that on the southeast corner, we do have the apartments and the multi-family buildings already. And so we felt that that was enough for that location. It's not anti-multifamily per se, but it is anti-multifamily for that northwest corner, which abuts the neighborhood, the Woodlands. And also from a traffic standpoint, and really for those 2 reasons, the traffic standpoint and the transition, my understanding was that was sort of the consensus of what we had come to, that the southeast corner was built up with apartments, and then kitty corner, it was going to be more low scale. Could be attached housing, duplexes, quads, whatever, but it wouldn't be an apartment building, multiple family.
Well, and I guess to the point, there have been a lot of conversations about density, and I think at the end of the day, density is ultimately just not a bad thing. And I think a lot of people view it as a bad thing. I think there's a narrative that it's a bad thing. And I think striking multifamily from this section furthers that narrative that it is a bad thing, when it is inherently not. So that's why I would like to not remove the language.
Okay, I want to respond to that because I mean, I definitely don't want to be furthering a narrative that multifamily is a bad thing. But there are places that we look around the city and there's certain places where density makes sense. Along Big Beaver, we're doing a lot of density in certain areas. This is a very quiet corner. It happens to be one very near where I live, and I drive through it multiple times every day. Traffic is a huge concern for me. So these are the reasons that this note has been examined with a microscope over the last several years because of that. And I would say traffic is such a huge issue because of all the people going to the schools, which there's 3, Troy High, Boland Park Middle School, and Bemis that are all within half a mile of that intersection. So, I do not want to be going on the record saying I have a problem with multiple family. I don't think it belongs at that corner, though. Sorry, no clapping, please. Yes, Mr. Beekner.
You're allowed to have your opinion, and I think we all are, but I agree with Mr. Krent, Mr. Hudson. And if it needs to go to a vote, I don't know if we're allowed to should have a vote right now, but for that one phrase, do we need to have a vote?
Well, I think that, I did stop the conversation between the two, but Ms. Dufresne, I don't know, do we need to approve this as one? Should we go on to the next one, and do we have to approve it together? I mean, I think we do, because City Council's waiting for us to provide them with language.
Right. My preference would be that we sort of knock all of this out today, reach a consensus, and have agreement on the language.
Yeah. But what I mean is, should we vote on Waddle, Crooks and... No, right? We'll move on to the next one, and then someone can make a resolution, and we'll decide at that point.
Gotcha.
Mr. Tagle?
Before we leave, we're talking about density, Ben, and can density be put in the ordinance that would control the density of a multifamily development?
Certainly. We do not have, just to be very clear, in the zoning ordinance, we do not have a density limitation in the nodes. We have that in other zoning districts. For example, it's certain units per acre, 10 units per acre, a certain size square footage per unit. We don't have that currently in the nodes. It's been something that this planning commission has discussed for a long time. Currently, how we regulate density is through setbacks, parking, and height. If you can meet those parameters, you can put as many units per se, in theory, provided that you can provide the parking, you meet the setbacks, and you don't exceed the height limitation. That's how we currently regulate density. That doesn't preclude this planning commission, if we make a zoning ordinance amendment, that you could not put a cap or a framework with regards to density in the future with regards to these nodes. Right now, it's not in the ordinance, Mr. Tagle. Doesn't mean that that's not something that we would not consider in the future.
Well, the reason I'm asking is, if density is the issue, can we find a common ground here that if concern is density, and instead of striking the multifamily, we in the future put a density cap on it so that we allow a more variety of housing types in this node? Is that unacceptable? Because I'm trying to understand, if it's density the issue, are there other ways of controlling density as opposed to just striking this unit type or this housing type? So I ask everybody around the commission that is kind of agreed to the fact that, oh yeah, let's strike it because it's density that's a problem. Are there other ways to solve that problem?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Kern.
I could say it's not just density. I think it's architectural style. It's creating a neighborhood that's reflective of that area and the adjoining housing. So I think it's more than density. So I want to strike the multifamily, not just, it's nothing to do, well, it's not nothing to do. It's not just density. It's architectural style and neighborhood appearance.
Yes, Mr. Hudson.
I agree with Mr. Krent, and we've got to take two views now. We're talking about this particular neighborhood, and for whatever reason, we're not using the word density. I'd hate to have this thing sidetracked because council wants to do the master plan. And if council wants to put a density requirement in the zoning ordinances, it's going to take a little work to figure out, are you talking different types of buildings, the number of people, et cetera? So I suggest that we just sort of sidetrack that to a later date and just vote on this proposed statement.
Yes, Mr. Tagle.
I would suggest that there are ways to solve the problem of aesthetics and of massing, and it doesn't necessarily mean that multifamily cannot fall into that category. We're going to talk a little bit more about aesthetics in an upcoming item tonight, but I'm just saying to you guys, there are opportunities out there that let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater just yet. I mean, there are developers out there that want to build, And let's see, I mean, if we put controls on what they can build, not necessarily by striking language, but by controlling it, it may serve residents of this community that want to come into this community in a better way.
Okay, thank you. Yep, Ms. Malala Holly.
Mr. Tagle, so if we were to go with the density question that you raised, how do we determine density? I guess I'm not understood. How for this particular node, how would we determine what is the right density?
I mean, if what you want to say to me, if we were to strike this, what's the density then that's allowed by striking this? Tell me what that is. And now that's a starting point. So is a little more density adequate or allowable for a multifamily? Or is that the cap for a multifamily? I mean, I'm not prepared to sit here and tell you what the density should be. All I'm hearing is that that's one of the big issues with the term multifamily is density. So let's control the density, whether it's multifamily or attached single family or whatever the terminology or the housing type may be.
So let's keep the language and then visit the proposals as they come by and determine at that time.
Even before that, I would say the ordinance then has to set the controls, because the developers are going to look at the ordinance and say, what can we do here? What's allowed for us to do? This is a policy document. Our ordinance is what they have to go by. So that's what I'm saying, is that let's not limit the policy document, but let's control what's allowable within this zoning district or this node through the ordinance.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Faison.
So Mr. Tagle has convinced me. So I think we should keep multiple family in and control the density through the ordinance.
Okay. Mr. Hudson, did you still have something?
I think Mr. Tagle's on the right trail. And we've got to remember, this is a master plan, which is the wish list or a map that we believe the city should adhere to, and it has not got the force of an ordinance. So if we strike out multiple family and low scale, if they passed it, a good developer, if he was quick enough with his vocabulary, could convince the city council that it would be permissible in whatever area they're talking about, in spite of our thoughts of the planning committee as to what we would really like to see there. So we are going to be directing our attention to some considerations that Mr. Tagle's talking about, height, width, style, etc. And it's not going to kill anybody if we strike that language.
So, Mr. Tagle, are you suggesting that it says additional commercial development is not desirable for this corner? Low-scale, single-family attached and low-scale multiple-family residential is encouraged if it models the intensity, scale, and orientation of the multiple-family development at the northeast corner of the node E.
You read that pretty quickly, but
Oh.
that's what it says, yeah.
Sorry. So basically, just
Yeah, just
we're
not
gonna,
strike.
but we're going to still include adding the word intensity.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
My point is, we can control what we want to control through the ordinance, as opposed to striking out this potential housing type here. We can control it in other ways, as opposed to just taking it off the table.
Okay.
Well, let me follow up with
Yes, Mr. Krank.
So what I'm driving at is, again, architectural style. I would not like a one entrance for multifamilies to go through. I would like similar to a single-family adjacent housing, so it's one entrance per family. I don't want the multifamily apartment look where you have one entrance and it goes to multi-apartments or units. I really want it to reflect this neighborhood, the adjoining neighborhoods, which is a single-family style of housing.
Yes, Ms. Malala Holly.
If John R. and Wattles, the development that we all so liked, mirrors low-scale multiple family residential, then I'm all for it, keeping the language and not striking those words. Because that is the kind of units that we like to see. And if that is exactly what this language will allow, then I'd like to keep that
Yeah,
and
but
not strike it.
none of those homes have one entrance for multifamilies. It's a single entrance per family, and that's what I want to keep.
Yeah, Mr. Carlisle, I mean, now that I'm looking at it, if we don't, if we don't strike it and we keep it, how is it modeling the intensity, scale, and orientation of the northeast corner of the Node E? Because
It really gets down to a design factors, how it's constructed and how it's, what architectural style they use. I mean, it's those
so it can be done?
Yeah, I mean, it can be done. It's just a question of, can it be done? And does the planning commission have the tools and the zoning ordinance to ensure that it's done to the appropriate scale and transition to be compatible with adjacent neighbors? But Mr. Tegel, let's jump in here, but I think the point of all this discussion is regardless of what language we end up with, we know we have to go to the zoning ordinance and make tweaks to it to really address these issues that have come up in all the nodes. And so I'm not saying that this is not an important exercise, it certainly is, but I think whatever we do, we still have to recognize that the tweaks in the ordinance have to be made to ensure that we're comfortable with what can be built in the nodes.
Thank you. Mr. Tegel?
Well, I was just going to say, Mr. Carlisle was talking about the tools that we have at our disposal. They're in the ordinance now in different zoning districts. When you look at the, scale and materials and the compatibility and the massing and all of it, they're there. So we have that ability, and there's no reason why we wouldn't have that ability in the ordinance to apply it to this node. I mean, they're just tools at our disposal.
Okay. Does anyone else have anything on this node, or should we move on to the other node? I guess we're ready to move on.
For this node, again, it's very similar to what we had discussed before. There was discussion amongst the Planning Commission, specifically with regards to the first sentence, about how much there should be discussion about how we dictate the actual architectural style. The Planning Commission, the reading I interpreted was we didn't want to dictate an architectural style requirement, but rather consider the historic past of the area and the existing historic housing and architectural design and ensure that new development recognizes that. So that's how we've addressed that first part. The second part, based on comments from the commission, was to really create a sense of place in this particular area, recognizing the historic nature of it. So the new language we added was any new development should integrate various types of community gathering spaces, such as parks, public art, historical elements, plazas, community centers, and recreational facilities into the design. Again, to create a sense of community within new developments in this particular node. Everything else from that, I believe, is exactly the same as what the Planning Commission last considered at your meeting.
Thoughts on this one? Yep, Mr. Hudson.
Well, say it again. I don't like the use of the word historic. These are not historic homes, they're old homes. And I think by leaving that language in there, it's going to make a false focus of someone who wants to do something, because he's going to be aware that there's a historic home here, which is a false tale. I'd strike it.
What do others think? Ms. Malala Holly?
I would say recognizing the historic past would probably be just a summary of there's too many historic past. There's too many historic things happening here, but none of those are historic per se. We can keep one phrase there saying historic past of the area, which I think encompasses the entire neighborhood node. Yeah, that's what I like, and I would highlight, underline, bold, walkability and accessibility. Those are big for this node. Very important terms for these nodes, so yeah.
So you're kind of suggesting a period after the historic past of the area and striking the rest of that sentence? That first sentence?
Yes, but yeah, because when you're talking about architectural design and you're again talking about historic, what is historic in that neighborhood node that is going to be used as a reference point? That was my suggestion last time when we gave some decades that we mentioned. We said that is not at all true to that node. I thank Commissioner Krent for really going about that neighborhood and capturing those images, which are a blatant understanding of the mishmash that is in that neighborhood. And I don't know, historic would not be the word that I would use, and that to multiple times that we have put it in there, in terms of architectural design too.
Mr. Fox?
Yeah, I guess just to echo the comments that are previously stated, I think one of the most important changes that I do support with the way that this is currently worded is taking out, emphasizing non-automotive oriented nature for future items that go in here. I think that's going to go a long way to helping improve the walkability and kind of the community feel. So I'm a big fan of that. Otherwise, I don't disagree with any of the comments that have been made so far.
Yeah, Mr. Krent?
The reason I wanted the historic was not so much to build on what is there or what even has been there. It's the era that I wanted to capture, so that when people approach that intersection, either walking or driving, they feel, oh, I've walked into a little bit of the past history of this city. And that's the image I wanted to find. Now, it can be developed in different ways. Obviously, you can have a 1800s park type thing, but who's going to pay for that? It's development where it's going to be developers spending their money. What I suggest is that we leave some of the historic words in there so that we put in historical architectural features, so that whatever's newly developed there kind of takes on that era of Troy Corners back in the late 1800s, early 1900s.
Mr. Hudson?
I don't like to keep arguing, but I've got to think about the comments of Mr. Craig with that. If you were to take a quick view of that intersection, you've got a old bank that's now a rehab facility for patients. You've got a strip mall right across the street. You have a bakery making great pasties next to a 3-story gigantic subdivision going vertical. It's like a spaghetti of zoning ordinances in this area. I don't know how you're going to come up with any kind of focus that that everybody will agree to. And what's wrong with having a free-flowing node with no number on it and let development take place? Because you can find anything in that node if you want to put a particular type of building or use in there. I think we're wasting our time, quite frankly, and we ought to just get rid of that node.
Anyone else? Mr. Tagle?
Are we hanging on the historic because of those 3 homes?
No.
Because there's nothing else, as Mr. Hudson just described, there's nothing else there that's historic. It's all been erased. And to resurrect historic in that node, I think is optimistic at best. I just don't know that going down that path Monday morning quarterback's easy, but if historic was an important aspect of that node, it should have been thought about years ago, before the mall or before the more current bank versus medical center was put in, but it wasn't. And so right now, there's very little evidence of history there. And I would say, although the homes are old, I don't even know if they warrant, an historic designation as such. Certainly not legally in the sense of the federal or the historic register. But so I guess I'm tending to agree that that historic may be a stretch and it may be really difficult to go down that road and require or at least inject the terminology of having to require this as a development tool or as a development direction.
Okay, so this is, we've talked about it several times, so that's sort of a change. I would say, it doesn't bother me to say in this historically known as Troy Corner should be considerate of the historic past of the area. We're also saying adaptive reuse should be considered before demolition or relocation. That doesn't bother me either. I do think it might be a stretch to say, to that first sentence, we should cut it down. But beyond that, I think it's just a mention of the history. Doesn't really bother me too much. We did take out, I thought there was one iteration of, or maybe not an iteration, but a discussion about requiring architectural designs. We don't do that here. So I'm not, unless there's language you'd like to strike besides the second half of that first sentence, was there anything else that stands out that you think is inappropriate and we should eliminate, or?
Well, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think the second half of that first sentence about should be especially considerate of the historic past of the area, because I could see someone standing in front of us and asking, what do you mean? Tell me what you mean by that. Show me what you mean. So I don't think that is relevant. And then, and the existing historic housing and architectural design, that to me is a stretch. That's a stretch. Those homes are period homes. Yes, they were built at a certain number of years ago, but they're old homes.
So really what I'm hearing.
I'm not being derogatory.
Yeah, no, I understand. So, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what about something like development in this area historically known as Troy Corners should integrate various types of community gathering spaces and just skip those?
I would be fine with that. Yep.
Yeah, I would agree. And there is also another mention of the area's historic past. Isn't that the same that we talked about in the first sentence, historic past of the area? Why repeat it again? I think that sentence can be truncated by saying something along the lines of, and complements the existing feel of the node. Because all said and done, whatever comes our way, it cannot, and it in no way will mirror the 3 homes that are existing right now, because they will be more modern, more 21st century applicable. So,
Ms. Malala-Holly, what about just saying is walkable and accessible and just ending the sentence there?
walkable, and yeah, sure, we can leave that sentence at that, yes.
Yes, Mr. Reekner.
I just think we're getting hung up on a couple words here and a couple words there. We have a process in place where our residents are here to give us feedback, fellow residents. We have a process within this planning commission, whether it's us 9 or somebody else. We have a process with council to go through this. I feel like we're right there. I'm okay with the wording. If we want to keep looking at a word here and a phrase there, the process is really what's going to make our city great.
Understood, but we do have to present wording to City Council.
There's just so many different words we could change.
Does everyone think it's ready to open up the public hearing, hear what the residents think? Okay. We'll go ahead and open up. This is a public hearing. You can line up, and if you'd like to speak, we're going to limit everyone to 3 minutes. We're going to use this device here. I think Jackie's going to run it for me. When you see the yellow light, it means you've got 30 seconds. Right?
Yep.
Okay. And then when it's red, we're going to have to cut you off. So please introduce yourselves and make sure you sign in when you speak.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Rauch.
We won't start the timer till after you've signed in, so don't worry, anyone.
Thank you. I'm here on behalf of myself and the Woodland Homeowners Association, which is at the northwest corner of Crooks and Waddles. To try and limit my time, I'll read my statement. I'll try and truncate it because of the changes that were made to the northwest corner and were proposed tonight without changes by the comments. And I'll try and stay within the 3 minutes. The president of the Homeowners Association had a few things he wanted to say. He lost a family member last night and wasn't able to attend tonight. So I want to point out that you have the resolution that the city council provided for sending this back to you guys. But he also said, and it was published in the paper, that the majority of the council, majority of us on the council strongly believe that we should take a closer look at 2 specific nodes to see if more could be done to preserve the existing neighborhoods nearby. So they weren't looking at limiting the language that was sent out with the 63-day statutory requirement. I believe that the city council, we and the planning commission, and the community members walked the nodes. They walked the northwest corner of the node, and when everybody was done, the desire was to either leave it single-family residential or build attached residential, which you've described as the model. The model's attached residential. It's not multifamily. It's exactly as Mr. Cunningham's explained, and Mr. Cunningham's explanation shows you the difference between zoning classifications and what it does to the density. It's not just density. Density is an important factor, but it is the mass and scaling, as Mr. Cunningham has also pointed out. The RT zoning classification that was initially proposed to be used with this change to that neighborhood node ends up in creating a minimum that ends up almost double of what the model is. The model would allow for 28 homes on the 4.9 acres, if you used usable acres, because that's what the model is. The model had 6.29 acres and 36 homes. The largest parcel at that northwest corner is 5.7 acres. You'd use the 5,000 square foot per unit for RT zoning, and that would give you 49 units, and there's only 4.9 acres. So, the difference here between 49 minimum units. So developer's going to come in here and ask for whatever he can get, the maximum to fit on there. And you're basically saying, well, you have to put in at least 49 when everybody agreed 28 was the number. The other thing I want to say is that a number of you were on the Planning Commission previously when a multifamily development was proposed for the northwest corner. And that was turned down because of it's not being compatible or transitional to the existing neighborhood. That's already kind of been decided that kind of density, mass and scaling, as Mr. Cunningham pointed out, is not really compatible or transitional. So what I'm asking you is the multifamily language should come out. Attached residential is what was proposed and what is the model. Why call it something different?
Thank you, Mr. Rapp. Your time is up. Sorry.
And the last comment was from the president of the Homeowners Association. His comment was, this should be easy now to try and get this right, going with what was proposed. You had permitted in there, and that would have nailed it down to hitting to the model, permitted if it's the model. And his comment was, if you don't get this right and do it now, you're going to have a lot more difficult decision to deal with when a developer comes up here and wants to go for something that's outside the model. So,
Thank
please.
you.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
I'll try to write legible here, so bear with me, please.
Sure.
right, truly, I appreciate all of you. I know this is a big sacrifice and commitment of time, so thank you for hearing my statement. My statement is it pertains to our property at 95 West Square Lake Road, Noble Heating and Cooling, and particularly to last month's meeting, which it was discussed removing our property from the neighborhood node classification. So I'd like to read the following statement. Please excuse my eyes as I look downwards. So my name is Corey Martinique. I'm a resident of Troy here, and my father and I also own Noble Heating and Cooling and the property at 95 West Square Lake Road. I recently had the pleasure of joining my 9-year-old son for a career day at his school. When asked what he wanted to be when he grew up, his reply was, "I want to work at Noble Heating and Cooling." Just as the Niles family lived and worked here on this corner for multiple generations, my family too could be here for multiple generations. Unfortunately, this thought is currently being threatened as we have heard our property may potentially be rezoned to a residential designation. My father and I spend much of our life savings on this property and a significant portion of my life growing our family business with my dad. We have made a large investment in our building and property and are frequently complimented by neighbors and our thousands of clients in the city. These clients are residents who live in the surrounding neighborhoods and communities and have told us that we are a great benefit to the city of Troy. We are concerned that if we are rezoned to a residential property, that we will not be able to recoup our investment. Should our building suffer a loss, we would not be able to rebuild and operate our business anymore as it is. This is devastating to us, it truly is. Please hear my words and please keep the property at 95 West Square Lake and the neighborhood node. Our livelihood depends on it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nanette Gerhardt, and I live at 6197 Livernois. I'm on the corner of Livernois and Aspinwall, and I've been to this meeting before, and I want to share something with you regarding Node L, Livernois and Square Lake Road, and the use of historic. This is something I have had in my mailbox, and this is just an example of many notes, cards, letters, postcards that I get on a regular basis. And it says, "Thank you for 2 of the brightest moments of my day. I pass your house almost every day driving to and from work, and it always brings a smile. Some days can be overscheduled, running late, some filled with frustration and disappointment. But the quick glimpse of your pretty home brings a moment of calm and sweetness. I appreciate all the work and diligence it takes to make your home and yard so nice. Good work. Hope you have a lovely day." So, with that said, I do this. This is one person who drives by. We don't know where they live. I don't know who they are. And like I said, I have a stack of them. People want to buy my home. They want to, please call me as soon as you put your house up for sale. So I ask you, my house is 97 years old. Please keep historic in there. That's what I do to keep it looking the way it did when I bought it. When I redid the bathroom and I took it down to studs and had to replace plumbing, electrical, everything to get it up to code, in there between the walls was a package that one of the builders purposely put in there with receipts, pictures, mementos from way back. I would appreciate it if you would please consider keeping historic in the homes that are not considered quote-unquote historic. There are tons of stories like mine from my neighbors on these houses. We put a lot of money and a lot of work into them to keep them that way. So I appreciate your consideration.
John Koski. I've heard some reasonable arguments here today. and some of them very considerate, I think, of the residents here in Troy, Mr. Krent, Mr. Hudson, okay, and I think it even elicited some applause in instances. But really, we need to be considerate of the existing residents. Okay, they have a stake in this. They have a long-term commitment to Troy, to improving the community. Other communities around us obviously strive to improve the value of their land, the value of their neighborhoods, the attractiveness of their areas. Okay, and we need to stay consistent with that. Word historic, we've got hung up on words here, but the aesthetic sense of that community is very important. The people who have homes there need to preserve their values. They can't basically off it for the profit of the builder who's really going to come and leave us with a transient community, essentially. So the words multiple family was stricken from the other node. It should be stricken from this as well if we're going to continue to provide good services and really good value for the people of Troy who are committed to Troy. And I thank those of you on the board who are hearing this and will make the right decision.
I think did you forget to sign in?
Hello, I'm Ann Coleman. I live at 6091 Livernois. I'm the first house next to the neighborhood node designation. On some maps, I've seen it in neighborhood node, and some it's not, so I'm a little confused. In regards to the term historic, the historic past of this corner was farmland, and the whole historic past of this corner are homes built close to a dirt road. To me, the consideration of neighborhood node is to greatly consider density, though I fear saying the word out loud, because if we increase traffic flow, we force the widening of a road and we lose our front yards. This is especially concerning for the people on the on my side, the west side, that are very close to the road. With a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit, this corner is not walkable. It's scary. I do walk over to get to the different places, and I'm always having to watch. It doesn't feel safe to me. This was never a central neighborhood village, and it was never walkable. So my concern with having that language in this node is that builders will use that to think that they're recreating a little downtown village that had, like downtown Rochester or Birmingham or something. It was never that. It was farmland. So I'm hoping that the use of historic, though I respect the fact that that can scare away builders because of limitations for them, I would hope that anybody applying would be encouraged and told this is just nomenclature. It's not the legal term historic. When we talk about the mishmash that's at the corner, my response is enough is enough. Enough is enough with the mishmash. Don't change anymore. And then lastly, I just want to express that I'm changing the subject now. I want to express the concern for anybody in a public position, a public serving position, to take offense or personalize comments of the citizens when the issues that we're talking about are not personal to anybody. Taking offense creates an us versus them conflict that is a red herring and detracts from the actual problem at hand that we are trying to solve together. To take offense publicly admonishes citizens and prevent citizens who don't have a chance to respond, and becomes a mechanism for both steering narrative and silencing people. So respectfully, I very much appreciate everyone's service. I don't know how to finish, I don't know how to summarize that. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening. When I got here tonight, I hadn't planned on saying anything, but Mr. Hudson, you got me going, and in a good way. It's not being negative. I was sitting back there and I thought about what you said. We've got a hodgepodge of buildings there. As I drive up Livernois toward my house on Telford, I see what used to be PNC, now a place for helping people who are ill, damaged. Go a little bit further, we got a compound drugstore. But once you get past that, we have hundreds of houses for single-family people. And those people take care of their homes. They keep them clean. They look nice. It's beautiful. Telford's a great subdivision. We get people that don't even know it exists because it's kind of hidden back in there. And the thought of more places like we have over by Pepe's Pizza just sickens me. I thought about, everybody talks about historical values. Well, there used to be a sign right next to Pepe's Pizza that said Troy Corners. Well, that's now covered by a 3-story condo. So that's how we feel about historical things in Troy. But what I would like to see is just stop. Consider the people that have lived here. I've lived here for 37 years. And we seem to be worried more about people coming in than the people that have been here, taking care of it and paying their taxes and doing all the things to make Troy a desirable community. One more thing before I sit down. I would like, before the evening's over, if you could talk about the last couple of sentences there, the low-scale multiple family residential may be permissible. If you could define that, perhaps go into discussing that. So, thank you.
You can also state your name, too.
Yes. Hello, my name is James Parrott, 6209 Livernois, which is located on the northwest corner of Aspinwall and Livernois. Our home has been in our family for over 100 years. When my grandparents moved here in 1916, they lived in a garage on the property, and then they built the house in 1919. And my father grew up in the house. My aunt lived in the house until she was 94 years old. She lived in the house her entire life. She passed away in 2009. While the city of Troy might not consider our home historic, it is historic to our family and to the surrounding Troy Corners neighborhood. It is our belief that Troy's history should be more than just what the historic village located at Livernois and Wattles. We've got many historic homes, which technically aren't historic. Our property is approximately 1.5 acres, with about a third of it being wooded. My wife, Karen, and I, we acquired the property in 2010. At the time, we had spoke with several real estate people who gave us the advice that we should tear the house down, we should subdivide the property, and that would be the best use. Over the years, we've been contacted by many developers wanting to purchase our property. We've always told them it's not for sale and that there are some things that are much more important than money. Before moving to Troy full-time in 2021, we spent over 12 years renovating the property. We've brought it into the 21st century while trying to preserve the original character of the home. Our reasons for moving here are several. One is a strong sense of family history, the connection and our connection to the property and to the community. We've gotten to know many of our neighbors who are out walking and doing yard work while still giving us a space for privacy. We enjoy the open space. We enjoy the wildlife that we find in our backyard. We see deer, woodchucks, wild turkeys, squirrels, and even an occasional coyote. And that doesn't bother us because we enjoy seeing the wildlife and being close to it. We grew up in Michigan. We lived in 5 different states over that period of time, mostly advancing career opportunities. And it's our sense that owner-occupied single-family homes, you get much more sense of community. When we were traveling around the country, we lived in multifamily homes, and there were times when we didn't even know the people who shared a common wall with us. And so I think it's important that we preserve the neighborhoods, the single-family neighborhoods, and we're asking the committee to turn down this proposed project at Livernois and Square Lake Road.
Okay, your time's up. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Hold your applause, please.
So my name is Fabrice Mielauskas. I live in Mare Hill Acres subdivision, which is just northwest of the Crooks and Waddles node, which is what I'd like to talk about tonight. But first, as I have before, I would like to once again praise and endorse Tyler Fox, who's running an outstanding campaign for state representative, state house representative of the 57th district in East Troy. Great job, Tyler. I am like Tom Yazbek, just behind me. We're both members of YIMBY, Oakland County, Yes in My Backyard, which advocates for greater density in all sectors and neighborhoods of Troy. Now, as you may know or may not, the city hired a new city manager yesterday by the name of Bob Bruner to replace the outgoing manager, Mark Miller. And in his interview, he was asked what could make Troy more attractive to the younger generation. And in his candid answer, and I'm going to paraphrase a bit to shorten this up, Troy has very high median income, very high home prices. If you're young, it's going to be tough to find a place to live in Troy. Younger people, or for retaining seniors, we need to develop different housing choices than the single-family homes which predominate here. And different starts with a D, and that means density. And he recognizes this is controversial, but if the community is serious about this, then developing different kinds of housing is the #1 thing we have to do, because we can make the community as attractive as we want, but if people can't afford to live here, it's just not going to work. End of paraphrase. If you accept his logic, then there's no rationale to changing the zoning of any part of any neighborhood node to R1B single-family residential. And so specifically about the Crooks and Waddles node revision language, the 2 words single family do not belong there, in my judgment. And what really holds development potential is the southwest corner. So let's focus on that. The sentence, the city may consider rezoning the southwest corner to a 1-family attached or single-family zoning designation, which to me implies either R1B or RT, should be changed to the city may consider rezoning the southwest corner to a 1-family attached zoning designation, namely RT specifically. Remove the single-family reference there. And Stonehaven subdivision can still move in there if they'd like, but only with 1-family attached construction. Now, I just have a small comment to make about the Village of Hastings PUD that's going to come up later because I'm going to leave. Abbott there is proposing a mix of 30 single-family row houses and duplexes no more than 2 stories high with preservation of 3 historic homes, a nice mix of dense and less dense. In response to earlier pushback by this body, he's removed 11 units from the original plan and made additional changes. This developer is increasing density in the city in a moderate, collaborative, respectful way. Please, this time, approve this PUD. Thank you.
Can everyone hear me? All right, I do have some comments about the PUD, so if it's okay to comment again, I'd like to save some of what I have to say for that section, if that's okay. But thank you for the opportunity to speak. So my name is Thomas Yazbek. I hope I'm okay being here as a guest because I do not live in Troy, but I did live in Troy the first few years of my life. And I want to move to a place like Troy. But the problem is that, you know, when we limit the amount of housing that we can build in a city like Troy, younger adults like me who have yet to start a family, who have yet really to get into the high-paying portions of their careers, right? They're priced out of the community, and so, you know, I'm very supportive of the idea of these neighborhood nodes because this is the type of thing we need to be looking for. So as Fabrice mentioned, I'm with YIMBY, or Yes in My Backyard, Oakland County, and we want to say yes to housing. We don't want to say no, 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 no all over again, all the time. You know, there's other communities which are realizing that, you know, it's not just single-family homes, which is, by the way, I think an inappropriate term. We should just call them detached homes because all the other types of housing have some kind of attachment. So, you know, working families are being excluded, and frankly, you know, it's bad for the older generations as well because, you know, a lot of people, as they get older, are not able to maintain large homes. They want to downsize, right? And by denying those options, we're really screwing things up. Another thing is the Crooks and Waddles intersection, for example, that's a SMART bus route. And SMART operates on roads which get a lot of traffic and where denser development is appropriate, right, on Crooks Road. So the idea that we're going to sabotage SMART by taking away housing or not letting it get built there when it's a prime location, I mean, that just seems kind of counterproductive for what the city would like to do. I mean, we need to, you know, I mean, just looking at it from a tax-based perspective, right, it should be in the city's interest to attract more residents, right? Now, I really like the language for the Livernois and Square Lake Road. I don't think any of that should change. I mean, I think historicity is subjective, but you know, really, the goal is these are major intersections of major mile roads. There should be a more intensive level of development there. Maybe not apartment towers, but you know, units that families, younger adults, people can get a start in. People looking for, you know, and people looking for walkability as well. I really love non-automotive because Troy is surrounded by communities that do have walkable downtown centers. Troy does not. And if they can kind of create even a little piece of that, I think that's a big win. It's something that should be celebrated. You know, and frankly, I just want to see Pepe's Pizza get more customers and stay around. So, yeah, so I like this language for the node L, and I think multifamily should stay as well for the Crooks and Waddles node. Thank you.
Hi, Daryl DeCoot, 4143 Glencastle Drive in the Woodlands subdivision, right near Crooks and Waddles. So I was pleased when I received the Troy Times and saw on the front page, this was March 21st, Troy officials send master plan proposal back to Planning Commission for more discussion. Residents worry about housing density. And I'd like to read just a couple of brief quotes and segments from it. Some which were from the mayor and some which were from the Planning Commission chair. The mayor said, "The majority of us on council strongly believe that we should take a closer look at two specific neighborhood nodes to see if more could be done to preserve the existing neighborhoods nearby. This is something residents have been expecting for several years." And further in the article, the Planning Commission chair is quoted, "We want the master plan to allow us to amend the zoning ordinances for more single-home residential and less dense residential." In addition, it then refers back to the mayor when he said, "When residents expressed concerns about these two specific neighborhood nodes, mentioning the two that were discussed tonight, it warrants further scrutiny and action. The question is whether multifamily housing and mixed-use development properties is appropriate for those two areas. The main concerns of residents is traffic, and that the development of those two nodes might affect these areas, added Paracas. People also are concerned about the transition of neighborhoods nearby those two locations, and that the transition between the nodes to those neighborhoods may not be smooth. They want to ensure the density transition doesn't feel off and is something that keeps the neighborhood feeling the way it does now and doesn't create a lot of traffic. In addition, just a couple more quotes. There will be a public hearing open to everyone at the following meeting on Tuesday, April 9th. Thank you for the public hearing. At the April meeting after the public hearing, we will vote on it. Both officials said they want Troy residents to know that they are being heard and that their input is valued. This is quoting Paracas. I want the community to know the Planning Commission is taking this process very seriously and is very helpful to get input from the community because it helps guide us when we consider how we want to imagine and plan the future of Troy. I hope they stay engaged in the process. And then the mayor, this is something that has been a huge issue in our city for more than 5 years now, especially with neighborhood nodes. Places that have traditionally been single-family residential are particularly concerned about whether we are putting in multifamily residences. We want residents to know we've heard them over the last several years and are doing what we can to address these development concerns while taking the rights of private property owners into account. And I did want to just clarify one thing. In section 4.008 of the planning ordinance, multifamily residential says that maximum density when abutting single-family residential is 10 units per acre. Maximum percent of lot area covered by buildings is required to be 35% to ensure open space area. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dilip Khanal. I am a resident of 4180 Carson Drive. And I'm here to say that I strongly support the changes, the proposed changes, and the language that is there, including striking out of the multiple family. I think it was put very beautifully by the gentleman who spoke first, and I'll not repeat all that. If it was the first time we were discussing about this particular node, and I'm not talking about in general or against multiple families, but this particular node, we have been through it again and again and again and again over the years. So I think if we leave it vague and open, we're just kicking the can down the road. I think we should come to the decision and come to the decision as soon as we can. That's all I have to say. I think this changes, it resonates with a vast majority of the local residents as well. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sheila Shomo from 6464 Fredmore. I'm here to talk about Node L, so the Square Lake and Livernois. One thing that I would like to see added, I like all the additions that were made. I really appreciate those. One thing I would like to see added is similar to the Crooks and Waddles, how you were able to limit it. We just have low-scale multiple family residential. I'd like to limit that to take out the multiple family, and I'm not getting the terminology right. I know Mr. Carlisle defined it, but having the single family attached seems to be a better fit for our node rather than the multiple family. As we've said in multiple meetings, this is a mishmash corner. We don't have much space left, but people are going to try and develop what's left. And instead of trying to regulate it through, and maybe there's a benefit to that, I'm not sure, but instead of trying to regulate it through density zoning ordinances later, wouldn't it just cut out trouble if we just took that out of our corner right now and said, okay, just come with this one type, or, type of housing don't come with apartment-style housing to our corner because it doesn't seem to be a fit. So it seems like it could save some work to do it now in the master plan versus later. And I agree the architectural style, just the feel of it doesn't really add to our corner the way that this node is trying to go, right? It's a mishmash. I don't think we should let the developers just do whatever they want to do. This is our wish list, so we should try and put whatever we want to see here, whatever is missing here, that we're hoping to see as residents, and I think we want to try and limit that as much as possible because too much has been developed here in too varied of a fashion. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dave Pamprine. I live at 6408 Canmore Drive. It's kind of northwest of this node. So what I want to say is the community is serious about not having density, as you keep calling it. Density is a very vague word. What does density mean? So this community is a community because of the single homes that we have. I don't think there are hardly any multifamily homes in this area, at least the north part of it. I know that monstrosity is up there, which is a horrible eyesore, but don't just focus on that actual corner. Look at all the homes in there. Some other comments I've heard about the young people wanting to move in. You know, I know the young people want everything now, okay? My daughter said she loves our area. She's sad about this home family possibly coming in here and with these big houses and taking over what looks like our neighborhood. If you're a first-time buyer, there's lots of opportunities. There's Berkeley, there's Madison Heights, there's dense areas near Big Beaver. People have mentioned that already. That's great, start there. But we don't need to attract people to our area. The houses in this area go so quick. I watch for sale signs go up, boom, they're gone. They're competing, they're paying over asking price to get some of these. By having these large, multi-family, multi-story things, you're gonna ruin our wonderful neighborhood. The main concern that we have is changing what that looks like. Most of the people who are in the community are right here. We're all speaking. We don't want it to change. So please take that into consideration. I think for me, one of the biggest concerns I have is some of these wordings are so vague. I think back to my daughter again. If I say, you can't do this at all, but it's a recommendation, what's going to happen? We have to be clear with some of these words. Some of the things I see in here are vague. If we can somehow be very clear with what we want, I think it'd make it easier for decisions for everybody. I know it's hard for you guys. Oh my gosh, I wouldn't even want to be in your position. It's so complicated to get some of these things in here, but I think if some clarity of words gets put in and we remove some things like intensity, everybody has a different definition of intensity, different definition of density. These are vague words. I think maybe some clarity to that, say a number. I liked whoever mentioned it before of put a formula together that says, what does that mean? What is a definition of intensity and density to help clarify? Might get us all past to what everybody wants. Either way, if people say, what do we want? We're all speaking here today. So thank you for listening.
Good evening. I have a question, and it just pertains to that last sentence. Low-scale multiple family residential may be permissible if it models the scale and orientation of the multiple family neighborhood at the northeast corner of Node E. Where is that? What is that? What multiple family neighborhood are you talking about? So just for my own edification, because that language doesn't tell me. In my mind, the northeast corner of Livernois and Square Lake has an old, well, it used to be a bank building and is now a rehab center. What are you referring to?
So Node E is a reference to a node in the master plan.
Yep.
It's at the corner of John R. and Waddles.
Oh,
Yep.
okay, so
this is
you're
representing another
referring to
note.
that development
Yes.
as being permissible at
Something
Square Lake and Livernois.
Correct.
Is that other gentleman said, sometimes it might be nice to have some clarification so that I had no clue what that meant, so I appreciate that. All right, that's it. Thank you so much.
My name's Jerry Lutens. I live on Square Lake, 287. I built, 40-some years ago. I was told master plan said all the even numbered east-west roads were going to be the majors and the odd numbers, like Square Lake, would be minor. So here you're starting to make it more major. And then I came in because it's R1B, and now we're going to put PUDs and FUDs and all these other things in, and it's supposed to be nice single-family units, nice. Troy used to be the lands of the future, the farmlands, and of course, the larger, all those lots on Square Lake were 660 feet deep, so, everyone says, well, we can divide it into 20 instead of 3. So I'm not happy about that. It's a change of the plan. And R1B is what I like, and a little bit more elbow room. I don't even like shared walls on houses. So I appreciate your discussions and your work on this, and let you know that there's a lot of us like R1B, and that's what we built for. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ralph Schick. I live in the Woodlands. I've lived there for 27 years. I've been on the HOA for about 10 years. My concern is more about infrastructure. The drainage through the Woodlands goes into the lane ditch. And what happens is the water that comes down from Northfield Parkway going east doesn't keep going down Waddles, it comes into our sub. And what happens is, since we only have one entrance and exit, at the entrance to the sub now in the past couple years, we've had flooding that will extend 20 or 30 feet onto the neighbors' lawns and 100 or more feet into the sub. I called city engineering and said, well, yeah, that's how we designed it. We have restrictors on that so the lane ditch can only accept so much water. So my concern is, if that's our case now, and the Westbrook or some additional family units or apartments, whatever, go in there, Premier Academy, they have to go into the lane ditch. 1070 Waddles is the Mondrian property that they bought. Eventually, they're going to be developing something there. So I would think it would be a benefit for the commission or engineering, who's ever responsible for that ditch. And I looked it up. A ditch is a man-made drainage area. So it's not, maybe it's not DNR, it's not a stream, it's not a lake. Some farmers made that 100 years ago. And it was probably fine for that period of time. But that ditch needs to be improved. It needs to be widened. It needs to be deepened. It needs to allow for all the future drainage. When we put all these buildings on all this land, the water runoff is just going to increase. So whatever is put there, I would suggest improving that ditch. That's the first thing. The second thing is, at the intersection of Waddles and Crooks, going west from Crooks,
There is one lane. There is no merge lane. Premier Academy is talking about putting in a 12-foot deceleration lane to get into their property. To me, what would make sense is to widen that whole, make it a turn lane. There is a turn lane there, but make a turn lane onto Waddles. Eventually, with the apartments on the southeast corner, whatever goes in Westbrook or whatever goes in there, Premier Academy, what Mondrian is going to build, that is just going to increase the traffic. So please consider widening Crooks Road, or Waddles. Thank you.
Good evening, Marcia Bossenberger, 369 Ottawa. I came in to talk about one thing, and then I totally crumbled up everything and rewrote it. I vote for single-family attached, which is R1B for Square Lake Road and Livernois, and also for Crooks and Waddles. And the reason I crumbled up everything and threw it out was because of a Facebook post I saw just hours before I walked into here. It was a post I saw on a page, It's a Beautiful Day in Troy. They reposted it from our City of Troy government Facebook page. It was a graph titled City of Troy Residential Projects for 2019 to 2023. The numbers reflected building projects that have received preliminary site plan approval by Planning Commission and City Council. I thought it was a really great graph to see, actually. It was a good visual. It did not say when they would be completed or if they had started. This graph showed 339 new build apartments, 151 apartments converted from hotels. That's a great reuse. 152 apartments converted from office, another great reuse. That total equals 642 apartments. It also showed 288 townhouses. It showed 163 one-family cluster homes, 101 single-family homes. 101 single-family homes. We have more apartments, Mr. Fox, than we have homes. We have more townhomes than we do have homes. We need more R1B low residential housing. We need to save the property that we have. We need to save our little bit of country, what is left.
Hold your applause.
May I just ask a question? May I just ask a question on the graph that you read just now? What are the years that you mentioned, 2019 to?
It was 2019 to 2023.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Lizecki, Save Troy Corners. You've heard from a lot of residents here today, and some of the things, we really appreciate all your hard work, but some of the things that need to be talked about is the mishmash corner. It's not our fault that it's become a mishmash corner. When we brought up that this is our first corner of Troy, it wasn't that we wanted you to keep the historical or go down a road. It was give us a corner that all of Troy can be proud of. That's it. We're asking for some conformity. We're asking for some of the things that I think need to look at is maximum linear feet in our neighborhood node. L, which is formerly also known as node Q on the map. Ours shows 300 feet, but the definition given by Ben at the last meeting is 1,000 linear feet from the intersection. We need to know what it is. Is it 300 linear feet or is it 1,000 linear feet? We need to define the maximum height. Ordinances state 3-story now, but we've heard from both Brent and Ben tell the council it's 2-story in the node. Later, we understood this to mean it's 2.5-story or 30 feet maximum, which is fine because that's the attorney's building is 2.5 stories. At least you'll get some conformity in there. But we need to have it defined. Define low scale. You guys have been talking about this, low density. You've now added 4-unit buildings. This node E is 4 units to a building, 2.5 stories high. You've added, I'm sorry, I lost my place in here. Okay, you've now added the 4-unit buildings of townhomes as an acceptable use. We're begging you to take that out. There was a study session with council where that question came up as to the definition of low scale, and it was agreed upon that it meant duplexes, triplexes, ranches, and they said 2 stories, but 2.5 stories. No larger buildings. There is room on these lots to maybe add residents behind and on top of the retail front. We're asking you not to lose that. Who says the retail has to be a large space? I agree, Mr. Tagle, what you said, that you can do some some maneuvering around with that. We're also asking, please, no adult stores with the 1,700 children and staff that are within a quarter mile of this corner. Please define low scale to mean what was agreed to at that study session. If you allow 4-unit buildings, then that is exactly what you're going to get on that whole corner. There goes the entire intent of the walkable village node, and it goes against the low scale meaning defined in the study session. Define design standards like your demand, Mr. Tagle, of the attorney when he came to you, or came to all of you in planning. And with that, I'll stop.
Seeing no one else in line, I think that closes the public hearing for tonight on this. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
First of all, I want to thank you so much for putting so much time in order to benefit our city and keep it moving forward. We've been here about 2.5 hours, and I do appreciate that very much. My name is Kamal Shuhaib. I am the owner of most of the southwest corner. And who is here from Stonehaven? Stonehaven Woods. Nobody from here from Stonehaven? Okay. I'd just like to tell you that we understand the traffic on the Wattles and Crooks. My wife and I, every day, we pass through there. My son and my grandson, 2 of my grandsons now, they pass there every day. We know for sure. This is the reason why we're not coming up with 150 units apartments, what we are allowed. Right now, we are allowed to do it. We're not doing it. We're allowed to do a shopping center, and a shopping center would create even more traffic. So what we are proposing to do, something that we think is complementary to Stonehaven, and I would like to mention that, yes, the enclave, I want to thank Ben and Brent for bringing that to our attention a couple of times. When we went to get their advice, they said this is something that if you could do something similar. We are trying very hard to do something very similar right now, and it will be under 10 units per acre. We cannot do single family over there because we paid the price. We closed on the deals based on the existing zoning right now. But I want to tell you, I am so excited. I believe that we are on the cusp of bringing you a fantastic first-class development. It will complement Stonehaven Woods. And we worked so hard on it the last 3 months, and we think the values there would be at least $700,000, maybe to $900,000. So I just want to have the opportunity to work with you, and we want to meet with our residents. I already talked to the president, and that once we have things finalized, you will be very impressed with this subdivision we're going to break. That's all I could tell you. All right, man.
If there's anyone else who'd like to speak? Yeah, I think you've already spoken.
I did, but that was a question. I just want to make a comment, very briefly. 2 minutes, not even 2 minutes. No?
You're the chair. I'll give you 1 minute.
Okay. The low-scale multiple family residential that is in a different location than Square Lake and Livernois, the difference is that that's a major road. Waddles is a 4-lane road. Livernois is not. Neither is Square Lake. There's too much traffic. That sentence is problematic. It sort of squeezes in something that the traffic pattern is bad now. It's just going to get worse when you add low-scale multiple family residential to that neighborhood. So rethink that, please.
Thank you.
Sorry, I arrived late. My name is Shelley Stenger, and I live on Hurst Drive. And I just wanted to make a couple comments real quick. I arrived late, like I said, so I do have a comment about this node and the PUD. I am concerned about the high density and low density issue, as like many of these kind people have noted, that it's country feeling in our area, and we really would like to keep that. I'm concerned about the traffic as well. My mother's 88, and she still drives, and she's a very good driver, and she comes out on Livernois. We live across from the elementary school, and I'm really concerned about the PUD development that they're talking about having an entrance on Livernois. I think that's going to create a lot more issues with the traffic, and also depending on, how many units and multifamily in there, that we are not thrilled about. But also we're concerned about the storm water management and the infrastructure in the area. I know there's a lot of flooding. Even on our street, we have flooding in our yards, and with that whole drain system that they redid off of Livernois in the valley. So there's a lot of concern for putting too much onto the system in that area with that big development. But we do like the idea of the first floor for retail, and then the second story for residential, and maybe in the back. I think that sounds like a good compromise. We just don't want a lot of those 3-story townhomes or a lot of groups of apartments and so forth. So if we can, I know there wasn't a traffic study done. I read through all that, the agenda and everything, but I don't think that's very accurate because there's been a lot more traffic since they put in the 3-story condos. So I think it's going to be a lot more than they're projecting. So we're concerned about that. And I would like my mother to continue to drive herself because she needs her independence. And I think there's a lot of people that still want to drive at that age in the area as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who'd like to speak on this topic?
I'm Karen Wilson, and I've sold real estate for 35 years in the city of Troy. I've known Mr. Kamal Shahayab for 33 of those years, and his proposed site at Waddles and Crooks, I can guarantee you is going to be something that'll make the residents proud and probably a place that people will want to move into that are already living in the area. He has, in the past, he did the adjoining Stonehaven Woods, Woodlands of Troy, Heatherwood Estates, Adams Point, and the newest homes over at the southwest corner of Long Lake and Beach Road. So all of his subdivisions have always been well represented, and I can assure you that the new subdivision will also be.
Is there anyone else here who wants to speak on this master plan? Okay. Seeing no one coming up, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the Planning Commission for discussion. Are there certain items we'd like to discuss after hearing the public comment? Yes, Mr. Fox.
So just for clarity's sake, the motion that we want to get out of this conversation is officially a motion on the specific wording and then a vote. I'm asking legal counsel, like, you're not looking for advice, you're looking for a formal vote.
We're looking for a vote on the language to support the two neighborhood nodes that we're examining.
I'm going to let Mr. Carlisle.
Yeah, so thank you. So when the city council remanded, is that the right?
Sure.
Remanded the land, they specifically asked that the planning come with revised language for their consideration. So they want you to go through this exercise of dotting the i's and crossing the t's and checking every use of multifamily versus non-multifamily. So that's the direction. They don't want guidelines. They want specific language for them to consider.
Thank you.
Ms. Malala Holly.
Two things. One, I think northeast corner of Node E, if we can just put in brackets what Node E is in reference to, would be a good thing for everybody's understanding. And that's a good point that one of our residents brought to our attention. And the second thing is, I would, on second thoughts, because this I overlooked, so I'm going to point that out. For Node L, last sentence, I would like the phrase low-scale, single-family, residential to replace low-scale, multiple-family residential. That would be my thoughts on that. Something that I had overlooked, but I would like to see that as an added phrase.
Okay. So it says low-scale multifamily residential. You want to say low-scale single-family attached?
Single-family attached, yes.
I wanted to make a few comments as well. I guess I'll start with Node L. You know, we heard a lot of people talk about what the history means to them. We spent a lot of times as a committee and on the neighborhood node walks talking about the history, and I don't know. Today we came in pretty heavy-handed and struck out all references to history for some reason. I think I want to back off that a little bit. Maybe it was overdone, but I think there's a happy medium as well. So I mean, I guess I don't see any problem with talking about historically known as Troy Corners should be considerate of the historic past of the area. I think that's the right thing to say. I'd be fine with the amendment that Ms. Malala Holly just recommended. But I do then want to go back to Node F. And again, we've talked about this node so many times, particularly as a committee after those neighborhood node walks, and then when we met after City Council sent it back to us. And I do think that the reason for putting in that language of attached and removing the multifamily residential is there for a reason. And so, I mean, I'd like to see that language stay. Mr. Kren.
I agree with you.
But for clarity's sake, which language are you talking about staying?
The additional commercial develop, okay, sorry, after that sentence, low-scale, single-family attached residential is encouraged if it models the intensity, scale, and orientation of the multiple family neighborhood at the northeast corner of Node E.
And at John R. and Waddle.
Yeah. And we'd include, we'd define.
If I may. And
Go ahead,
that
Ms. Morley.
same language, I feel, should be replicated in Node L, because in both of these areas, we are seeing our residents come out strongly in their expectations of what they would like to see. So I think that will mirror their expectations too.
And as we've heard from residents and heard some of the numbers as well, there are hundreds of apartments going up around Troy. And these two nodes, from the beginning, back in 2008 when they were made nodes, was controversial and has continued to be controversial. And, you know, City Council sent it back to us because of these concerns. And so I think that we should stick with what we've been focusing on for the last 3 years, and that is to essentially remove them. I mean, we're not doing zoning right now. We're talking about the master plan, but we should talk in a way of what we want to see when we do the rezoning, which I believe is the intent that we were going after in these two particular areas. Mr. Box?
So I oppose removing multiple family, which I'm sure you guys guessed probably. I oppose removing it from both nodes. I think if you look across the board in terms of what modern planning theory is pushing, you know, professionals in the field are saying that multifamily is what's better. You look at communities that have kept their housing costs down and attainable, it is because they are building and building, and they are allowing density and they're allowing units. You know, you're looking at communities. I remember right when I got on the Planning Commission, we had that article shared with us from Director Savidant that was referencing a community that just completely eliminated single family. I don't think Troy is a community that breaks from this norm. I think we're affected by the same issues in terms of cost that the rest of the country is. I think we're affected by these same issues in terms of classing folks out of the city that the rest of the country is. And I think by taking a step backwards and discouraging zoning that the rest of the country is moving towards is not, I just do not think it's a good move for the city. And I think if we make that decision now, it will be a planning commission 5 years from now, 10 years from now, that reverses it. I think ultimately it is a step in the opposite direction of progress. So that's my piece. I'm one of 9 though. So.
Mr. Buechner.
Mr. Carlisle, you're our expert. How are we doing on this?
I mean, I think I've made my point tonight, Mr. Beaker. It's really a decision of the Planning Commission.
Are we close? Yeah, I know you're going to say that. It is our decision, but I'm asking your opinion as one of the commissioners. How are we doing? Are we close to where you think we should be? Is this?
I think you have spent a lot of time and consideration on this language, and you know, I feel comfortable with the direction that you're heading. I think the choice of particular words are really a commission recommendation that will go ultimately to the City Council.
Yep, Mr. Lambert.
Yeah, just more of a procedural question, and Madam Chair, it's either your decision or we can ask our attorney. Would it be better to vote on each node separately, to that way we were able to focus in on the language on each one, or do we want to just discuss both at the same time and vote on them as a collective?
I mean, I'm not sure ultimately it matters. It might be easier to take them one at a time so we don't get mixed up between the two nodes. At the end of the day, we need a resolution that supports final language for each of the nodes. How you get there, I suppose, it's really just what makes more sense as you have your discussions.
Yeah, Mr. Krant.
Thank you. I think not only this body, but City Council has heard loud and clear what the residents want. I see no point in poking those residents. They've made their statements. Some are wanting, obviously we have a few people that wanted multiple high-density units. We have lots of places in Troy for those, but these two nodes are right abutting single-family residential. We don't need to put them there. There are places, and there are places right now where we have multiple family homes. They work beautifully, and we're not against that. It's just that in this particular location, the language that Chair Parakis has suggested, I approve. Basically, it's the single attached housing or single family, either of those two in these nodes is what not only what the residents and the homeowners in this area have voted for very loudly, but it's also, to me, makes sense as far as planning a city. You don't put things where they don't belong. And we have lots of places where we do have wonderful multifamily communities, and they're in places where they work. And these particular intersections are high traffic and really don't need additional density at these locations. We have enough density already.
I agree.
Did you want to make a resolution? And I'm going to suggest, if it's okay with Ms. Dufresne, that we would, let's focus on Crooks and Waddles right now. We'll make a resolution, see if it passes, and then we'll move on to the other one. And then we'll have two, although they'll be independent resolutions, we'll be providing language for both nodes. I think it might be easier to wrap our heads around it one at a time.
If you wouldn't mind, since I don't have the text with your language in it.
I think we would just be looking up on the screen. I don't actually have it either.
My eyes aren't that great from this distance, so.
I don't think you have to read it. Well.
Yeah.
Page 145, if you can get to it on your computer.
Is it the same as hers?
But it's not.
Yes.
No.
Oh,
This
it's not?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, the slide's different.
So do you have
All
a
right.
copy of it?
I don't have a copy because it was actually, it's not really my, it's Mr. Carlisle revised it after a conversation we had.
All right.
So I don't have it.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
if I may, there's a lot of confusion in my mind after discussion with these people, being my fellow commissioners, as to what we're talking about. I know where you're going, but if we're going to tell council what we think, it should be in the form of a resolution with specific words in that. So
Absolutely.
who's ever going to do it, read it out loud so we
Oh,
can
sure.
understand.
Absolutely. I was just looking for a copy so I could read it.
Can you read it up there?
Do you want me to read it?
Well, if I walk over there, I guess. I
Or
could.
Mr. Lambert, do you want Mr. Lambert to do it?
Oh, I can read this one, I guess. Okay. All right. I guess do I need a microphone too? Okay. All right. Well, I guess I got to read the first part of it too, huh? Do I have to formally write, can I just read the text? Or do I need to have some preliminary as part of the resolution?
Yeah, and I don't see that there's.
Yeah, I don't see it in there either.
I don't see there's proposed language in there, but yeah, you need the prefatory language that you're moving a recommendation forward to city council
Okay.
based on the language that you're about to read.
Okay. I just said that.
What she said.
So the resolution I'm forwarding to City Council, the language for, this is Node F, Crooks and Waddles, will be the southeast corner of this node satisfies the commercial, service, and multifamily residential uses to serve the immediate neighborhoods. Any development or redevelopment of the northwest corner shall be of a scale and massing to complement the existing low-scale nature of the area and protect the existing natural resources, including lane drain. Additional commercial development is not desirable for this corner. Low-scale, single-family attached residential is encouraged if it models the intensity, scale, and orientation of the multi-family neighborhood at the northeast corner of Node E Waddles, and John R. That's period. Development in the northwest corner shall also ensure appropriate transition to adjacent properties via increased setbacks, reduced heights, and enhanced landscape buffers. Due to the existing traffic patterns along both Crooks and Waddles, incorporation of a park use or low-intensity and scale residential, including the expansion of the Stonehaven subdivision to the southwest corner of this node, utilizing the already existing entrances from Crooks and Waddles, would be appropriate. If a continuation of the Stonehaven is not possible, any future development of this corner shall limit access to Crooks and Waddles to not increase existing traffic conflicts. The city may consider rezoning the southwest corner to a one-family attached or single-family zoning designation. The city also recognizes that expansion of the Whitechapel Cemetery or the continuation of single residential uses in the southeast corner, thank you, northeast corner of this node would also be appropriate. The city may consider rezoning the northeast corner to a single-family zoning designation, period.
I second.
Thank you. Ms. Zarnicki, is that, you got it?
I'm fine with that. Thank you very much.
Okay. Discussion? Mr. Faison?
So we're taking out, the proposals to take out multiple family for Crooks and Waddles, but there's a sentence that says it compares it to Node E.
Yes, which is
a
multifamily.
multiple family neighborhood. So it seems inconsistent to do that.
Yeah, I agree.
And it goes back to, I think, to the point Mr. Tagle was making is if you have the other controls in here or in the ordinance, do you need to eliminate multiple family in that corner?
Let me ask Mr. Carlisle a question. When we talk about Node E and we talk about multiple family neighborhood, it's the same as attached, as single family attached.
If this were written, that multifamily neighborhood was a carryover from
Yeah.
previous master plan, it would be written, it would say, it's similar to a low-scale, single-family attached. It's attached product. It's not considered a multifamily development.
Okay, I'll reword that then.
But let me just
Go ahead.
carry on.
Sure.
But if you're saying the future development needs to be consistent with that, scale and massing, do you need to eliminate the multiple family in the language? The first part of the
First-
language for
the
the
first
node
sentence.
at Crooks and Waddles.
Yeah. Good catch, good catch.
You don't,
Because I'm saying there could be a type, right, that meets all the other requirements that's multiple family, and do we want to eliminate?
it goes back to my point is that you could do multifamily in here of a scale and nature that's compatible with existing neighborhood. It comes into design.
Right.
So we're talking about we're talking about housing types that are really, they can be done, if done appropriately, they can be an appropriate transition from single family.
And
So the question, so the tool to do that is through zoning.
So, Mr.
Question
Parakis,
is-
my point would be, I hear the residents, I hear the other commissioners. I just don't know that we need to take out multiple family to accomplish that.
So if we left it as I read it, with the word multiple family in there, would that automatically make it so that we have no control over a developer to come in and have a single entrance to, let's say, 6 houses?
No, it's not zoning.
No, we would then go through the practice of zoning and go and make sure that the zoning is appropriate for what the master plan is talking about.
Okay, so we would further define what the multifamily, the restrictions on that type of multifamily would be.
You could do it we could go so far by node, defining or determining what appropriate multifamily is per node.
So consensus of the group, what do you say? Can we leave it in and then regulate it through ordinance?
Yes.
Good, so I don't have to read it again.
Well, Adam, first of all, I think if we're going to talk about the northeast corner of Node E and say John R. and Waddles, we should right away correct it to say the orientation of the attached single-family neighborhood at the northeast, because that's what it is.
Is it multifamily or is it attached single?
It's the way we're talking about tonight, and by true definition in the zoning ordinance, it would be considered single-family attached.
Oh.
It would not be multifamily neighborhood.
Okay, then I'm going to change my language on it, if that's the case.
That's the reason why.
So I'm going to scratch, hope you get this, Kathy.
Wait.
Yeah, okay.
What?
Okay, so we're going to change it to say orientation of the single-family attached neighborhood at the northeast corner of Node E.
Correct.
Is that the only change you're going to make?
That's it.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions? It's been seconded. You're fine. You're the seconder. Are you fine with that?
Your words were great for Mr. Krant.
So it still says low-scale, single-family attached. Residential is encouraged if it models the intensity, scale, and orientation of the single-family attached neighborhood at the northeast corner of Node E, parentheses, John and R. and Waddles. Just want to make sure it's clear.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we're ready for a vote.
I'm not sure, Madam Chair. Okay, I have so many notes going back and forth.
Okay.
I'm going to be picky this time.
Yeah,
I'm
we
going to
can
ask
clarify,
ask Mr. Krent to repeat the motion.
Oh, okay. Well, you're asking a lot.
I know, I'm sorry, Mr.
That's okay,
Krent.
Kathy, that's okay. Okay, I'm going to read it right off of this screen right here. The southeast corner of this node satisfies the commercial, service, and multifamily residential uses to serve the immediate neighborhoods. Any development or redevelopment of the northwest corner shall be of a scale and massing to complement the existing low-scale nature of the area and protect the existing natural resources, including lane drain. Additional commercial development is not desirable for this corner. Low-scale, single-family attached residential is encouraged if it models the intensity, scale, and orientation of the single-family attached neighborhood at the northeast corner of Node E at Waddles and John R. Development in the northwest corner shall also ensure appropriate transition to adjacent properties via increased setbacks, reduced heights, and enhanced landscape buffers. Due to the existing traffic patterns along both Crooks and Waddles, incorporation of a park use or low-intensity and scale residential, including the expansion of the Stonehaven subdivision into the southwest corner of this node, utilizing the already existing entrances from Crooks and Waddles would be appropriate. If a continuation of the Stonehaven is not possible, any future development of this corner shall limit access to Crooks and Waddles to not increase existing traffic conflicts. The city may consider rezoning the southwest corner to a one-family attached or single-family zone designation. The city also recognizes that expansion of the Whitechapel Cemetery or the continuation of single residential uses in the northeast corner of this node would be appropriate. The city may consider rezoning the northeast corner to a single-family zone designation.
Are we set, Mrs. Zarnicki?
Yes, I am. Thank
Okay,
you. Thank you,
good.
Mr. Krent. And are we ready for the motion, the vote?
I think we are.
Mr. Krent?
Yes.
Mr. Lambert?
Yes.
Ms. Mamlalahali?
Yes.
Ms. Parakis?
Yes.
Mr. Tagle?
No.
Mr. Biekner?
Yes.
Mr. Faison?
Yes.
Mr. Fox?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to the Livernois and Square Lake intersection, Node L. I had given some ideas about not getting rid of all the historical references. I don't think it's very harmful, and I think it's important. Not that we keep all of it, but I would have recommended something along the lines of development in this area historically known as Troy Corners should be especially considerate of the historic past of the area, and then move on, period, delete, and then pick up again with any new development. And then we could pick up Ms. Malalahali's change at the end in the last sentence of multiple family to single family attached. And then, of course, make the reference of Node E to make sure it's known that we're talking about Waddles and John R. So those were my recommendations.
I agree. I agree.
Does somebody want, oh, Mr. Tagle.
Tell me about the historical past of the, I got the sense that there were some neighbors that came up and felt that we were attacking their historical properties. And that's not at all what my intention is. I respect the homes they live in. I respect how much investment they've made to keep these homes in the condition they are. What I'm saying is, what is the historical past that we're referencing? Is it farmland, like someone came up and said, or is it whatever that might be? And if it is, are you prepared to tell a developer what that means when they come in front of us as to respect the historical nature? What does that mean? It's a farmland. And what you have there now, I'm not suggesting what's there now is wonderful. Believe me, I'm not. I understand that. But what I'm also saying is, going down the road in the future, we can be respectful, but I don't know how to define that to a developer as to what does that mean. I was much more in favor with identifying this as this was considered an historical corner in Troy. But the part of the sentence says, be especially considerate of the historical past of the area. I don't know what that means.
I mean, it's a fair question. I don't know that it translates to anything in particular in the zoning ordinance. There was an iteration where we were talking about actually asking developers to use a particular architectural style of that era, which we nixed. We didn't go with that. But being especially considerate of the historic past, I don't think it does any harm, and I think it just sort of gives a little bit of respect to that corner.
Good luck with that. Because they're going to come up with here, and you're going to be able to tell them, you're not respectful enough. It's just not going to work, but, I'm just one voice. I work in tangible elements in my life, in my job. So if someone was to come to me and say that, and I say, okay, what historical aspect do you want me to respect? Well, it used to be a farmland.
I got just a little input. It puts it into the frame of mind. If they had a choice, they say, well, I'm going to design my signage for my building that reflects that era. That would be great. That's respecting that era. That's all. It's not like we have to build a building that looked like it came out of the early 1900s. It's just give them that thought so that when they do design stuff, they could say, oh, we could do that instead of this. We can make it look more historical. It just plants a seed. It doesn't say you have to do it. It just says, hey, think about it.
Can't we do the same thing without the word historic? I think we can. We say the history of this corridor by the pioneers.
Complimentary.
Yeah, but I don't want to get hung up on historic. I agree with Mr. Ortega that developer is going to have field day with the planning department when we start talking about historic housing and architectural design.
Can I ask Mr. Carlisle to weigh in on this?
Remember, this is an aspirational policy document. It's not a zoning ordinance. And so I don't think this will translate to anything specific in the zoning ordinance, but I think if there's an opportunity, we see a development that can incorporate some historic notion of the era of the past. And Mr. Tagle, it'll be up to the determination of the planning commission what that is. I don't think keeping language in here about any sort of recognition of the historic area is going to be a detrimental element to advance the goals of what I think this commission and what the neighbors want in this area. But I don't think it's going to translate to the direct zoning ordinance changes that are going to be reflected in the zoning ordinance. But I don't think it's a bad notion to have in your master plan recognizing some of these aspirational policy documents.
Thank you. Mr. Tagle?
My only point is, tell me what is the historic that you're referring to, Ben? It's not there. We're not talking about a Greenfield Village. We're not talking about Charleston, South Carolina. We're talking about a corner that used to be farm fields. I guess that's fine. If we want to leave it in, that's fine. But I think it's ill-defined. You can't define it.
But I think that's exactly right, though. I think it can't be defined, but I think we've heard from enough people that it's important to them to acknowledge it. And it means something different to everybody. So I don't really see it. I agree with Mr. Carlisle that I don't see it as a detriment. And I feel like I'm just one vote, but I feel like it's important to keep in a toned down version, like I said, taking out that second part. Yes, Mr. Fox.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve language as I will read. Development in this area, historically known as Troy Corner, should be especially considerate of the historic past of the area. Any new development should integrate various types of community gathering spaces, such as parks, public art, historical elements, plazas, community centers, and recreational facilities into the design. Adaptive reuse of historic structures should be considered before demolition or relocation of these resources. This node will have low-density uses of a non-automotive oriented nature that creates a central neighborhood village that is walkable, accessible, and complements the area's historic past. Any automotive-oriented use shall not be considered in this node. Low-scale multiple-family residential may be permissible if it models the scale and orientation of the multiple-family neighborhood of the northeast corner of Node E.
That last sentence might need to be tweaked.
That last sentence.
There's a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Okay, so if there's no second, there's no motion on the floor. Or it fails, right? So would someone like to make a motion?
I can accept an amendment on it, like to adjust it to, instead of multiple family neighborhood, read single family attached, I believe was the language that was agreed upon in the last note.
Okay, yes, if you'd like to amend
May I
it.
make the same motion, but saying single family attached neighborhood at the northeast corner of Node E? Are you fine with that, Ms. Zarnecki?
And the streets.
And adding, if you don't mind, Waddles and John R. to the note after Node E.
After Node E at Waddles and John R.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll do it.
Mr. Krent seconds.
I have a question.
Yeah, discussion. Ms. Malala-Holly.
Did I hear you correctly, Chairperson, that you said that the sentence will truncate at that is walkable and accessible, and that there would be? I thought I heard you say that.
I did notice, just to be clear, Mr. Fox did say, and complements the area's historic past. I had said I'd be fine getting rid of that, but it's your motion, you included it.
Should be especially consider the historic past of the area, period. Or are you talking later on?
Later on.
Where it's,
That's walkable, accessible, and complements the area's history.
yeah, I had said that is walkable and accessible, period.
Walkable and accessible were more my priorities for that, so I admittedly in the conversation I missed that got diced up and everything.
It's your motion, what did you want to do with that?
Mr. Krent is comfortable with still seconding it. I would strike that and change it to accessible that is walkable and accessible.
Period. You're good with that? Yep. So, Ms. Zarnicki, are you good?
I can
Oh, no,
reread
wait.
it if you prefer.
No, hang on. No, I was going to actually ask if she was clear with the, not to do the roll call, but just to make sure she was clear.
I think for everyone's benefit, Mr. Fox should repeat it.
I can read it,
Okay,
absolutely.
before you do that, let's hear
I
from
just want
Mr. Lambert.
clarification on
Yes.
that last sentence.
Yep.
It's supposed to be low-scale, single-family residential?
Single-family attached residential,
Okay.
per the previous note
Okay,
of discussion.
thank you,
Okay.
appreciate it.
So to reread, development in this area historically known as Troy Corners should be especially considerate of the historic past of the area, period. Any new development should integrate various types of community gathering spaces such as parks, public art, historical elements, plazas, community centers, and recreational facilities into the design. Adaptive reuse of existing historic structures should be considered before demolition or relocation of these resources. This node will have low-intensity uses of a non-automotive oriented nature that creates a central neighborhood village that is walkable and accessible, period. Any automotive-oriented use shall not be considered in this node. Low-scale, single-family attached residential may be permissible if it models the scale and orientation of the multiple-family neighborhood at the northeast corner of Node E, John R. and Waddles.
Wait, the very last phrase, the orientation of the single-family attached.
Single-family attached family neighborhood at the northeast corner of Node E, John R. and Waddles. What's the call?
There's no multiple family in there, is that correct?
That's
correct. Not in the last sentence.
Yes, I second that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are we ready for the vote?
Sure. One quick
Okay.
question, okay?
Yep.
And this is for Mr. Carlisle, what the one resident who came up from Noble Heating and Cooling was concerned about.
Yeah, so.
And actually, we talked about it, but it's not reflected in this language.
I thank you. I was going to address that, and this is a great time. There was discussion about reshaping some of the node area geography. We, as part of the, again, this is a master plan.
Yeah.
We decided not to do that, so the boundaries stay the same for this particular node. If in the future the planning commission wants to go and rezone particular parcels out of the node, which is zone node, it's a separate process that would happen after this master plan is adopted. Planning commission would then take that on a case-by-case basis for each node. So this does not rezone your property stays node, stays within the node. If the planning commission does take it upon that they want to rezone particular parcels, you would get notification and obviously be able to state your case. But at this point, this does not change the designation of your property now or in the future. Thank you for letting me address that.
Good. Anybody else have anything before we vote? All right, I think we're ready.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lambert?
Yes.
Ms. Malalahali?
Yes.
Ms. Parakis?
Yes.
Mr. Tagle?
Yes.
Mr. Biegner?
Yes.
Mr. Faison?
Yes.
Mr. Fox?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
No.
Mr. Krent?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, we're going to move on to the item 7, planned unit development. There's a public hearing for the PUD, file number PUD 020 JPLN 2023-0021, concept development plan CDP and preliminary development plan PDP approval. The Village of Hastings PUD, east side of Livernois, north of Square Lake, PIN 88-20-03-031-088, 023, 024, 025, and 88-20-03-351-004, Section 3, presently zoned neighborhood node and neighborhood node Q and R1B, one-family residential zoning districts. Mr. Carlisle.
Yeah, I'll be quick.
Okay.
The subject site, we all should be familiar, is located on the east side of Livernois, north of Square Lake. It wraps around the northwest corner of that intersection. The proposed PUD in front of you tonight is to construct 30 new residential units and preserve three existing homes on site, so a total of 33 units. The housing types include row homes / townhomes, duplexes, and single-family detached. The site is 5 parcels. The site includes a mix of both R1B, which is that light yellow color, and neighborhood node, which is that pinkish color. It's surrounded by a mix of different zoning designations and land uses, including single-family housing to the north, To the south is commercial and office, to the east is single-family housing, and to the west is single-family housing and commercial. It's worth noting that previously the applicant was approved for a 14-unit site plan on the neighborhood node portion of the site. That's at the farthest southeast corner of the property, actually adjacent to Square Lake. The previous plan was considered by the Planning Commission in January of this year. At that meeting, after a lengthy conversation and public commentary and deliberation, a vote to recommend approval of the plan to the City Council failed on a vote of 4 to 5, so no further action was taken, and it did not go to City Council. The applicant has resubmitted a revised site plan as of March 2024. And per the discussion, the applicant has made the following revisions to the plan. They removed, there was a privacy fence, you can see my arrow, there's a privacy fence that separated the 3 single-family homes that are to remain, so there's a fence here. That has been removed. And the second alteration was along the east property line, there were 6 units in the forms of 2 units clusters. They have since removed 2 of those units, so there's only 4 against this property line. So in total, there's a reduction of 2 units from what was considered by the Planning Commission in the January meeting. The last thing I want to highlight is just the elevations. These are the proposed elevations. These are 2.5-story elevations of the interior units. This is the elevation of the 1-story ranch with a 2-car garage. This is a 1-story ranch with a 3-car garage. This is the elevation of the 2-story duplex. So we do note that the building materials have not been provided by the applicant, and we do find that the architecture really does not incorporate creativity or the best design practices. In addition, we have a number of smaller items that we think should be addressed by the applicant. We note that the plans don't reflect consistent building and lot line dimensions. There's a few points, this is very detailed, where the dimensions of the setbacks don't go to the actual property line. They're short of the property line, so they're incorrect on the plan set. We do find there needs to be clear signage for the emergency vehicle access road. There should be 3 crosswalks as described in the plan review that should be incorporated. OHM did a detailed review of the plan and notes that there should be some circulation improvements to the plan. Confirm trash pickup arrangements. Ensure that the exterior lights do not exceed 25 feet in height. To that same point, lower pole heights to 15 feet or less around the sports court. And clarify how many units are 2-car versus 3-car. It was not clear in the plan set which ones were 2-car and which were 3-car garage ranch units. We're asked the Planning Commission to hold public hearing and testimony and consider if the plan meets the PUD standards, meets the site plan standards, and if the architectural style and materials work together to form an architectural and aesthetic standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carlisle. We're going to invite Mr. Abathir up, but does anyone have a question that you want to ask Mr. Carlisle before we do that? All right, Mr. Abathir, please come on up.
Garrett, do you want your presentation up?
Yes. Do you have the clicker? You want to see if it works? When you're ready. Oh, hold on.
Did you sign in while you're waiting?
Gary, we're having a little trouble getting your PowerPoint pulled up, so just give us a second.
You want me to wait a minute, or?
If you could start without your PowerPoint, I'll leave it up to you.
I'd like to wait just a minute to see if it comes up.
There we go.
Thank you. I would like to thank the Planning Commission for inviting me back to present my plans. After listening to your comments, I brought back an updated plan with less density. I removed 2 units from the project. I went from 35 to 33 units of low-scale, single-family homes. I also add more recreation to the project with a putting green for the residents. On units 9 through 12, I moved the doors from the back of the units to the front corner of the home, no longer being front doors to nowhere. There are 3 things I'd like to talk about this evening. First is traffic. The traffic is what everybody talks about in this area. The city hired a traffic consultant who said this project will not affect traffic in this area. I then personally talked to the traffic engineer in Troy, who works for the city, and he said there is not a problem with traffic in this area. Since Livernois is a county road, it would be on the county to say it's a problem. There are currently no plans to widen Livernois, as there is not enough traffic on the road to justify it. I then spoke with the Oakland County Road Commission and their traffic engineer. His name is Alex Brzezinski, who instructed me to look up traffic volume on the Road Commission website. You can see how many cars drive on the road. They have cameras on the traffic lights and they count cars. In 2023, in a 24-hour period, eastbound Square Lake has 4,240 cars. Westbound Square Lake, 4,260 cars. Northbound Livernois, 7,780. Southbound Livernois, 6,530 cars. That is a 24-hour period that the cameras count. The next item I'd like to talk about is density. My project will prevent the construction of the 14 3-story units that are approved and will replace them with 1-story ranch units and 2-story low-scale single-family homes. The total density of my project, as calculated, is 6.1 acres with 33 units, equaling 5.4 units per acre. I'm going to see if you can get that up on the screen, if you don't mind taking. Could,
Are you doing it or am I doing it? You
can
can't
you
do it.
Okay, can you answer, Ben?
Yeah, so
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Right there. So that is, right there is the density of my project. 6.1 acres, 33 units, comes out to 5.4 units per acre. The project on John R. and Waddles, which is called the Enclave of Troy, could you flip it, Ben? That development has 6.6 acres with 36 units, equaling 5.45 units per acre. So I have less density than that project. And you guys have been talking about that project tonight as the project that we'd like to see in the city. So I have less density than that. In comparison, the condos next to Pepe's, next please, Tisbury Square, is 43 units on 2.63 acres. That equals 16.3 units per acre. To me, that is high density. I would like to see somebody tell me that that's not high density. The Village of Troy, PUD on Long Lake and Rochester Road, next one, Ben, which I was told set the bar for PUDs, set the bar high for PUDs, has 20.48 acres. In that development, there are 20 2-story single-family homes. So those are right there. There's 20 single-family homes, 56 2-story homes, right through here, 56 multiple single-family homes. And there are 73 3-story, 73 of them right there, 3 stories, for a total of 146 units, equaling 7.1 units per acre. As you can see, my density is lower than all the other projects that we pointed out. None of these projects that we have up here have ranch units that the city stated that they want. In my project, 24.25 of the units are single-story ranch units and 0 3-story units. I have to disagree with people who say that I have a high-density project. What I am asking for is 9 units over what is now permitted on the property. With my project, I'm preserving 3 historic homes that the neighbors have asked for and preventing 14 3-story units that nobody wants. Next. So I am saving these 3 homes here, and I'm getting rid of the 14 units of 3-story units that nobody here wants. At this time, I would like to answer questions about these first two topics before I talk about the 18 reasons for a PUD, if that's okay with you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Okay.
Does anyone have any questions up to this point? All right. Guess we can keep moving.
Okay. What's that? Go up a couple. Stephen, do you want to sit next to Ben and you can tell him when to click it? If you don't mind, he has it written down on when to click. So, in section 1103, standards for approval, a planned unit development project may be applied for in any zoning district. In order to be considered for the planned unit development option, it should be demonstrated that the following standards will be met as reasonably applicable to the site. A, the proposed development shall be applied for the person or entity who has the legal right to execute a binding agreement covering all parcels in the PUD. The applicant shall demonstrate that through the use of the PUD option, the development will accomplish a sufficient number of the following objectives as are reasonably applicable to the site provided. Number one, a mixture of land uses that would otherwise not be permitted without the use of the PUD, provided that other objectives in this article are also met. The proposed development will contain a variety of housing styles, including 4 single-family ranches, 5 duplexes, as well as 18 two-story condos. This blend of homes will promote community, which is not occurring in the space currently. In addition to saving 3 historical homes on the land, this PUD would be a unique addition to Troy because the PUD is the only zoning that allows a variety of housing styles. So the first one, I think I could check the box that I meet the first standard for a PUD. Is there anybody disagree with that first one? I mean, I'd like to go through all 18 because the last meeting, I was told there was 4. I would like to point out that I have more, and I mean, if we can, either I can read them all and go back one by one, or we can do each one individually. I feel I hit number 1. I feel I could check that box, unless someone can tell me it doesn't meet it.
What does everyone want to do? Does everyone
How
want
do you want? Do you want me to go
through?
through the first 5, the first one, all 18?
How about we let the developer go through, it's 18 of them, so maybe the first 5, and then pause for questions?
Okay, that sounds about
Okay.
right. Let's
Number
try it
2,
out.
a public improvement or public facility as in recreational, transportation, safety, and security, which will enhance, add to, or replace those provided by public entities, thereby furthering the public health, safety, and welfare. In addition to housing units, the proposed development will include recreational facilities such as a sports court, putting green, and seating areas. These additions to the property will enhance the property and encourage residents to be active and interact, thus improving the living conditions and overall public welfare. So you can see I put a sports court in the city, in the project, a putting green, and the sitting area. That's all in this area right here. Without a PUD, you have none of this in a regular subdivision. Number 3, a recognizable and material benefit to the ultimate users of the project and to the community, where such benefits would otherwise be infeasible or unlikely to be achieved absent these regulations. The aforementioned sport court, putting green, and seating area will provide a direct benefit to the ultimate users of the project, as in the residents. Additionally, 3 homes will be left standing, which will preserve the historic charm of the area while also bringing new benefits the space does not currently have. Most importantly, we will supply the missing middle in Troy housing by building 8 ranch units for empty nesters, looking to downsize while still living in Troy, in addition to the 22 two-story low-rise condos. So once again, I'm saving the 3 old homes, 8 ranch units right up here, right there, 8 ranch units, and then the 22 over here. So we're building 8 ranches and saving the 3 existing homes that are there. Number 4, long-term protection and preservation of natural resources, natural features, and historic and cultural resources of a significant quantity or quality if need of protection or preservation, and which otherwise would be unfeasible or unlikely to be achieved absent of these regulations. It is highly important to remember the importance of preserving the history of our city on one of the most historic crossroads and by saving the Livernois homes that were built in 1960. The history of the area will be maintained. These houses are not currently on the historic protection list, and this could all be demolished, although we are taking steps to preserve and protect them with this PUD. So those 3 existing homes, some people call them just old homes. Neighbors here think they're historic. If you see the signs, they want to save existing Troy historic signs. So I feel I'm doing that what the neighbors want to be done. Number 5, a compatible mixture of open space, landscaped areas, and/or pedestrian amenities. Within the proposed development, we will set aside 26% of the property as green space, which is more than the required standard of 15%. This will be reserved for such things as butterfly gardens and walking paths for pedestrians' use and enjoyment. We will also be building pathways and in such a manner that will create easy access for residents to walk to the existing locations, such as a convenience store, sub shop, carry-out bakery, sandwich shop, hairdressers, and many, many others. So here's our sidewalks that we have on it. We have 3,650 feet of sidewalk. Everything in red is a sidewalk. So we have the walkability here. You can take these sidewalks out of here anywhere you want, come down to the section, cross over to the stores over here. You can come over to Pepe's over here. You can go over, walk through here and go to the liquor store here. You have walkability here that you don't have if you live, pick a street, say Ottawa. If you're in the middle of Ottawa, you are not going to walk a half a mile and half a mile to come to the subway and get a sandwich. Here, you can pop over there in a minute and a half. You can come from here and never cross the main road to the party store, get whatever you want to drink, whatever you want to eat, and make it back to your house. The walkability is there all the way around it. That right there is the first 5.
Let's take a quick pause and see. I think we have some people who want to give some input.
Okay.
Ms. Malala Holly?
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for looking into the density issue that was personal to me in this area, and thank you for looking into it and reducing the units as well. So going based off of the 5 points that you just read out and gave us an explanation on 1 or 2 points only, will my questions be, you are preserving the home, so that's good. That's what the residents want. I want some questions answered on that. So I'm going to first ask you the questions on the existing homes. 3 existing homes that you intend to preserve. What is the plan? Currently, it is occupied, I take it, because when I walk in front of it, I do see people in those homes. They will continue to live, or are you planning to use it as a rental space?
Nope, those homes will be fixed up and sold. Right now, we haven't done any maintenance to the homes because we don't know if we're going to keep them or demolish them. If the PUD doesn't pass, we're going to demolish them. I would not want to spend $100,000 or $150,000 fixing up a home that I'm going to demolish. So we're going to find out if they're going to be demolished or they're going to be saved. If they're going to be saved, they're going to be brought. They're not in very bad shape right now. They're just a couple years rough.
Got it.
Landscaping will be cleaned up. Houses are going to be painted. Trees will be trimmed around it. And those houses will be sold. They're not going to be rented. They're going to be families that own them homes. And I've said that from the very beginning when we started here a few years ago. They're not going to be rented. They're going to be home ownership because, as I stated a long time ago, people love those old homes.
Right. No, I too love them. No, undoubtedly. And you said landscaping is going to be cleaned up. Any other changes to the outside of these homes and to the property itself?
There's going to be garages put on each of the units. As you can see, there's garages right now are in the back. We're going to move the garage to the side here. This house will have a garage, and this one will have a garage. So all 3 homes will have garages. They're going to be fixed up. I'm not going to sell something that's not fixed up and ready to be sold.
So when you are fixing up these existing 3 homes, you're also going to keep the nature of the homes as it sits.
Absolutely.
When you add the garages.
We're not adding additions to them. The homes are going to stay the way they are. They're going to be cleaned, repainted, resided, reshingled, whatever it takes for each house.
Okay. Can you tell me the approximate feet between the edge of the property line of these homes and the street that you are proposing for your new development?
In the backyards?
Yes, please.
They're probably, this is the closest one, this is probably 45 to 50 feet, and this one is probably 35 feet here, 45 to 50 feet across the back here. I don't have the plot plans, or the plans in front of me, but I'm going to say it's going to be at least 50 feet from this sidewalk to the back of this house right here.
Okay. Now we move on to the next one, where you talked about walkability. Yes, your sidewalks are giving walkability within the proposed plan that you have there, but I have a few things that I would like to ask you to look into. I don't know whether Mr. Carlisle can pull up the two pictures that I sent to.
It's in my PowerPoint. I hope it doesn't crash.
Can you tell me there? Maybe I can.
Yes,
point
as
there
he
before
pulls it
crashes
up,
them?
I will be able to, yes, I will be good. So you have a EVA access to the
Yes.
Square Lake. And that particular access, as you just mentioned, is part of your walkability because they can go to the John's Liquor Store. But how about providing a monitored crosswalk across Square Lake so they can get to, so the kids going to Smith Middle School can get to the other side of the road where there is a sidewalk so they can ride their bikes along. This is a potential deal breaker for me, I'll be very honest. I know you're looking into the density, and I know you listen to my concerns about traffic and the residents' concerns to traffic. I want you to know that that is going to be a place that is going to be occupied by young families and potentially families that might move, that have their kids in middle school, and they would like them to have that bike to ride to their school. And that is something that I know, and this is the picture that I took today. That is your EVA access to the left, if I'm correct.
Yep.
And there is a sidewalk that runs right opposite.
Yep.
And if you provide a monitored, and I know there is a city engineering and traffic and somebody else that you will have to consult with. But I know that this has been done and has been pretty successful because this allows a lot more walkability to happen to Smith Middle School, which is going to be one of your most likely residents who will occupy if this proposal were to have passed. So I would like to definitely encourage you to think on that lines. This is walkability then that we are talking about. The other thing, and I'm sorry I'm taking up some time here, but the other thing that I also want to talk to you, and I think I've already told you, I live just a quarter mile away from where this is being proposed, okay? Since there is no sidewalk on this side, is there and I'm just encouraging you to think about it. I'm not saying that you should. I'm encouraging you to think about it. Is there a possibility or a potential to even have a sidewalk go all the way up to the point where you hit Donaldson Road, which is also where Smith Middle School is located? I do not know about the details about how this is going to happen because it's in some ways off on that.
I can answer those questions for you.
Oh, perfect. Go ahead, please.
Do you have any plan, Ben, that shows the aerial of the area? I know we're missing Brent. All right, right there, Ms. Malapala, right here is where the sidewalk ends on Square Lake. It comes from Rochester Road, stops about right there. If you've noticed, there's been stakes here for the last 3 years. The city has a contract to put the sidewalk in to connect that. The contractor has not been doing it every year. Every year they have the contract and they're not doing it. You can call the engineering department or the DPW and they will tell you, we're trying to get the sidewalk put in. It's just not going in yet. You would like to put in a crosswalk right here, right there, so the kids can go down to Donaldson, which is probably way over here. And I remember the last meeting we talked about it, the crosswalk should go over there because you have all the kids that are on Rochester Road over here, they'd have to walk. You'd make them walk all the way down, 3/4 of a mile, cross here, and walk all the way back and over. The crosswalk should be in the middle of the road. If they want to cross the street here, I wouldn't want my kids walking through the crosswalks because you see them, they're just yellow flashers, and you take a leap of faith walking out. Here you have a red light. You have traffic lights that the kids can cross. Here's sidewalks coming all the way down here, all the way down, all the way to the schools. I like your idea of a crosswalk. It needs to be at the halfway point. Does that make sense? I mean, because these kids coming out of here or coming out of Telford, they're going to walk over here, and they're going to walk down to here and down to their school. If you put a crosswalk right here, why wouldn't they cross at the traffic lights right here? You hit a button, light comes on, walk, light comes on, it says don't walk. This right here, you walk out there, lights are yellow, and I've heard there's an 88-year-old lady that drives over here. What if she misses that yellow light, takes out a couple kids? It's not as safe as crossing at the crosswalk. I mean, I will answer that question if anybody wants to dispute it. My kids, I prefer they walk at the street. I'm hoping that answers your question.
Thank you for your explanation, yeah.
Okay. But there is, if you do, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go
If you
ahead.
do check with the city, I've been asking them every year, when is the sidewalk going? Because the sidewalk picks up right here and goes across, and there's sidewalk on this side of the street, but there's like 7 lots here. And they have it staked every year, and every year, they don't do it. And like I say, engineering department and DPW, there's a sidewalk inspector, and he will tell you the whole story on it.
Mr. Faison.
I have a question. I think it might be for Ben. I'm just curious about the older homes that are going to be preserved. So once you fix them up and sell them and they're owned by someone else, what's the requirement on that new owner?
I'm putting in the PUD, they cannot tear them down. They have to maintain what they have. If something happened to them, 5, 10 years, a tornado, I would make sure that they, in my PUD, that they rebuild them back in the same footprint. They may be able to enlarge them by 10% maybe, but they would be built on the same footprint.
But they wouldn't necessarily look the same.
What?
Wouldn't necessarily look the same.
Well, they're on the same footprint, they're probably going to be the same. I mean, I could put in that they have to duplicate and replicate what was there
Oh,
before.
I'm not suggesting that you do that. I was just
Okay.
wondering what.
Yeah, we're not going to allow them to turn around and build a 5,000 square foot ultra-modern house on that lot.
Okay.
And being a PUD, I can write that into the contract if that's what has to go into that house. In my vision, I want to preserve the old-looking houses there.
So you're essentially, and the city attorney will throw something at me if I'm wrong, you're essentially, when you're looking at this, you're approving a PUD with a site plan. So the site plan outlines the footprint of those existing homes, and within the PUD ordinance that gets written up, if this goes forward between now and council, it'll dictate the terms of those 3 houses and how they're preserved in perpetuity and what requirements are placed upon the future owners, et cetera. So those types of details will be codified in the PUD agreement, but also you're approving a site plan which shows the footprints of those existing homes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Baha, before we move on back to Mr. Abathair's presentation, you had a second photo that you wanted me to show. Do you want to show that, or did you already address those?
It's the same one. It was from the west and the east side of the square lake.
So you're okay?
I'm okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Can I go back to?
Yes, please.
While he's doing that, let me talk about, I guess it's number 5 when we're talking about pedestrian amenities. Would you consider, I just thought that there was an opportunity around that detention pond, or whatever, the detention basin pond, to put some paths around.
Around this way, around here?
Yes, exactly. And maybe even, I'm not sure, I mean, we're going to get to it later, I guess, but I'm not sure. I was thinking that maybe this is over-parked, and so some of those spots could be eliminated there, and it could even be, create an area for an additional park or green space. And then people walking could have sort of a loop to go in that would be around a green space. It's just something to think about.
You said overparked. I've never heard overparked before. I like that.
We'll get to that later.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
Mr. Fox, I guess, has something.
Previously, it was stated that OHM recommended the addition of some crosswalks.
Yes.
Curious if you were amenable to that, or maybe they're already reflected in this updated version.
I think they're already updated. There's crosswalks here, and I think those were the 2 spots. It was right
Okay.
here.
So for all
and right
intents
there.
and purposes, you have met that requirement that OHM requires.
Well, the other thing OHM wanted was they didn't want these extensions out like this, but as Ms. Malapala talked 2 or 3 meetings ago, where are the prime truck drivers going to turn around at? Very big brought up, and we said they're going to come in here, turn around, they're going to back up in there and pull back out. They can come in here, back up, pull back out, or they come down here, pull in there, and turn back out. It's a very, very good question about turnarounds, because if you lived in this unit right here, and you got your prime truck coming in. He's going to drive down here. He's going to park right here. He's going to walk over here, throw it on your front porch, jump in his truck, pull in here, back up, and pull back out. And how many trucks do you have coming down your streets nowadays? We've got Prime, UPS, FedEx, other ones. There's going to be 6 or 7 delivery trucks coming here. It's just the way our world is now today. So we have these spots as turnarounds. And these are 60-foot turnarounds, which fire trucks can use them. The garbage trucks come in there and turn around. The other question, I'm glad you brought this, Fox, is, and I know it's on one of those plans, Brent, that I submitted to Ben, the garbage pickup. We have garbage pickups right here, and right here. There's cement slabs that have yellow slashing on them. On garbage day, the people here will put their garbage there. The people here will put the garbage there. And these homes will just put their garbage in front of their driveway, as is a regular single-family home. So we do have garbage pickup points for the houses that are stuck, that are close together.
So you roll your garbage out to the designated area?
Yes, you'll roll it out to the designated area.
Okay.
There is one more pedestrian crosswalk between the sports court
Over here?
and to the townhomes.
Oh, right here, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you can see it's highlighted in red. I missed that. 1,
Wanted to make
2,
sure.
3, yes. Any,
Okay. Oh, sorry, Mr. Lambert.
A question about the sports court and the putting green. You're saying that under a traditional residential development, a typical subdivision, you couldn't put a sports court or a putting green in?
I've developed 7 or 8 subdivisions, never put a sports court in, never put a putting green in. We put in just straight lots and housing.
But it's not precluded under?
It's not precluded, no.
Okay, so you
But
could do it, so.
have you guys, in the last 5 or 6 years, had anybody, as Mondrian comes in with a lot of subdivisions, Robertson Brothers subdivision, they don't do it.
Thank you.
All right. I'm sorry, anybody else? So on the first 5, do we all agree that the first 5 meet the PUD standards? I'd like to make sure all 10 of you are on page.
I'm not sure about the sports court qualifying as a public amenity, so.
Yeah.
If you live in these 33 houses, you're the public, and that is an amenity to you. I mean, if the golf green here, I'm going to just take you for example. Let's say you live in this unit right here, and your grandkids come over. You could take them over there and teach them how to putt on the putting green. Is that an amenity for the subdivision? I mean,
But is it a public amenity, though?
well, is right here. There's 33 units that are the public. I mean,
We agree to disagree, so.
okay. So do I have 4.5? I mean, I'm kind of being serious because
Yeah, no, I understand.
I last time.
4.5 is good.
Okay, so we're at 4.5 out of 5. Okay. I will go on to the next one, son. Number 6, appropriate land use transitions between PUD and surrounding properties. To bridge the proposed development smoothly with the existing subdivision nearby, we listen to the homeowners in the nearby neighborhoods and will strategically build the ranch homes so that they are alongside the existing homes. This will serve as a buffer between existing neighborhood-style homes and the other developments that are being proposed on this property. Additionally, we recognize that homes will be built back up to the pre-existing homes will be at a lower elevation. This right here is a neighborhood home in the Telford subdivision, 30-foot tall. The ranch units that back up to it are 20-foot tall. I have a 10-foot difference between the two houses. These people aren't going to be able to see in their backyards. These people can look in the new backyards if they wanted to. So we are being very considerate of the existing homes that touch our property by putting just ranch units there, not putting 2 stories, simple ranch units. Number 7, design features and techniques such as green building and low-impact designs which will promote and encourage energy conservation and sustainable development. Measures will be taken to ensure a more green and sustainable building process. Water filtration systems will be included. Additionally, the preservation of 3 of the existing historic homes is an act of sustainability, for it will keep history alive and well, and also conserve energy that might have been used to demolish them and start anew. Green building products will also be used whenever possible in an attempt to reduce our waste and impact on the surrounding environment, such as energy-efficient furnaces, on-demand hot water tanks, LED lights, and EV chargers. Number 8, innovative and creative site and building design solutions and materials. I have no idea where that would work anywhere in our city. The only thing I come up with is it is not a new design. It's new to the area, and it brings diversity to the area. Could that be one? Possibly, possibly not. I would love to know who wrote that one in there and tell me where in our city that works, because I can't find anything. I asked the planning department. They said if you were on a river or a lake, maybe. Last I looked, we don't have rivers and lakes in Troy. So I would love if someone at one point could tell me where 8 works at. So I'm going to call 8 as a no. Number 9, desirable qualities of a dynamic urban environment that is compact, designed to human scale, and exhibits contextual integration of buildings and city spaces. The addition of the 22 condo units will create a more densely populated community that is within walkable distance to the local amenities at this Livernois Square Lake intersection. Walkable cities are becoming more and more desirable with new generations of homeowners, and this PUD will fit that description with its various features. The current residents of the surrounding neighborhoods' opinions have been taken into account, as well as to ensure the density of the buildings is not too great of a contrast to what already exists in the area. This demonstrating attention to what is appropriate for the land in this part of the city. So when I first met with the neighbors in the Telford subdivision, I had 4 ranch units here and 8 ranch units here for a total of 12. After talking to them, they said, Gary, why don't you reduce the density that abut our properties? There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 houses that back up to the property here. So I listened to the neighbors, and I took these 4 and turned into 3. I took these 8 and I turned into 5. So I reduced the density as the people here would like. So I'm very conscious as keeping the ranch units backing up to the Telford subdivision that are all colonials. I also took the 22 units here and I tucked them in behind the office buildings here. So we have office buildings here and here, their parking lot, and I tuck everything as close to them as I can possibly to keep as far away from the existing neighborhoods over here. And also, everything in this area is considered low-scale single-family. All this is low-scale single-family. Number 10, the PUD will reasonably mitigate impacts to the transportation system and enhance non-motorized facilities and amenities. So nearby businesses will easily be reachable on foot from the PUD, for it will add walkable routes to these places. Likewise, the proposed development will not hinder any current walking paths or methods of transportation. So, as we talked earlier, everybody in this subdivision, in this PUD, will either walk to the liquor store, to the corners here, to the Subway, to the Thai store here, to Pepe's. It's all walkable coming through here. So that's 10, that's the next 10. So do we have, obviously, number 8's gone. So the most I can get is a 4 out of 5.
Do planning commissioners have any comments or questions? Ms.
ahead.
Malala.
Go ahead, Mr. Brent, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to this picture, you have some 3-dimensional ranch unit images. They're sort of like isometric drawings of a ranch house.
The elevation, okay.
Yeah, well, it's more than the elevation. It's actually sort of 3-dimensional. It's on my page, 306 of 341 in our presentation. I know.
Okay.
But anyway, I was underwhelmed at design. You know, you're supposed to have this innovative and creative design, and those ranches, I mean, I've seen some gorgeous ranches built in Troy all over the city, and you've built some too. These just look like, maybe it's just a kid drawing, I don't know, it's just
okay.
Like,
They can be added up. You've seen the Robertson project on Square Lake Road.
I really haven't looked at it.
Between DeQuinder and John R., all ranch units. You know, they can have steeper roofs here, different things change there. I can see they can be architecturally drawn up better. We do have the garage setback from the front of the house.
Yeah, that's my only thought.
Okay.
It's just to meet that one sentence where it says innovative and creative site and building design solutions and materials. Even the homes you built on Satchin Way look much nicer than those, you know.
So what number was that one?
Of the...
Design features and
Yeah, well, you
techniques.
see, it would be your 8, mine 9. I don't know why they're different. But that's okay. Try number 8 on yours.
Number 8's the one I,
Innovative and creative site
That's-
and building designs.
that's the one I said I don't meet. But if I just change the elevations on those, that I would meet number 8 with innovative and creative site and building designs.
Well,
I think
it would
that's-
improve the chances of getting that one. It's just that
Okay.
it's really, that's the only one that really strikes me. I mean, there's other ones that other people think.
I was looking at building design solutions and materials as something different than that.
Okay.
But
Well, I was looking at the word innovative, creative, and building designs as the key words.
Okay.
And, you've done better before, so,
I agree.
okay.
All right. So,
Ms.
I-
Malala-Holly.
Thank you. I have the same comments. If the rendition that we have on page 306 of our packet, the garage seems to be getting more of a prominence as opposed to the front entry door. So that kind of a design is just not innovative. It's so far tucked in, so hidden.
so we can pull the front door out closer, pull the front of the house out more, set the garage back a little bit. We have the ability to do that.
Right. And regarding the building materials, is there a difference in what you're going to be using as far as the built material outside? Is there a combination of brick and something else?
We do.
Some units?
I have it here. I don't stand it up because it's going to block somebody, but we have the brick the units can be all brick in the front, the shake siding, and the shingles.
And that's across all?
All of them, yes.
All of them? So
Yes.
they're all going to have the same color pattern?
Yes. Which can be changed. If you think the ranch units should be all different colors, I have no problem with that, with 3 or 4 different colors, changing up the brick. But those are the materials. They're going to be brick, the wood lap siding, and the dimensional shingles.
Mr. Tagle?
Well, I just want to share with the other commissioners, the designs of these buildings, to me, there's nothing innovative. The floor plans, the massing, Ms. Mahalo-Holly about the garage being the most prominent element on the front and the door, front door down a corridor, if you will. It just, I look at these renderings and or these 3D views, and they just don't do anything for me. I mean, I think I appreciate the effort you've made in the multiple times you've been in front of us. But if you were to ask me to vote based on these designs, I would say you've got to go back to the drawing board, because this just is not going to make it for me.
Okay. Can we go back to I'm sorry.
But the only other thing about the materials, I think there's an opportunity to have some consistency between your buildings, but it doesn't have to be this. There could be maybe one element that's the same or repeated a couple times with a variety of other complementary colors or materials, so that there is a little bit, so it just doesn't look like they bought so many pallets of the same brick and so many, of the siding and the shingles and all of that.
Okay.
Okay.
I'd like to pay you a compliment at this point too, because I do think you've done some great things. I agree with Ms. Malala-Holly and Mr. Tagle in terms of, coming back with something a little bit more that's going to wow us in terms of the elevations. But I did want to comment on the reduction of the units on the east side and how you move the doors for me. I do think that's a great idea, and I liked how you reduced your density that fronted the other single-family homes to the north. And I also want to point out that what is important to me about this development is, to the extent that you were ever going to maybe one day develop towards the west, you've then established that you were reducing density as we move, because you've centered the density right behind the office buildings close to the node, but one step away, and now you're at,
Less dense.
you know what I'm talking
Yes.
about, the 4 houses that you
Yep.
reduced from 6. So I think that's a step in the right direction, and that's where I wanted to see this go, and you did that, and I appreciate that. So there, we're good.
Okay.
The direction of expansion would be to the east, if I'm correct.
Did I say the wrong thing?
Yeah, you said.
Sorry.
You said
I am
west.
not
Just wanted to
expanding,
make
no.
I meant the east, sorry.
Yeah, somebody someday. I'm not expanding to the east.
Okay.
As of today, I am not
Yeah,
expanding.
okay.
Okay. Stephen, can you go back to the Troy? I think it was like.
I guess what I mean,
first-
though, is right now they're single-family homes, and
Yes.
you're abutting them, and so you've reduced the density.
Yes. All the way back to like the sixth one, it shows the PUD on Square Lake, or excuse me, on Long Lake. Yeah, keep going back, Brent. Back. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Right there. Oh, go back one. Mr. Tagle, you said my innovative design, and I agree, they don't look good. That right up there is what the Village of Troy has. That's what I have to beat. Is that right there?
Yeah, you know what, I wanted to correct you. I actually went back to the notes of the meeting, the minutes, because when you said that today, it struck me. And I believe it was Ms. Dufresne who made the comment about the standard, and she said the PUD on Long Lake and Crooks.
Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chairman.
Yeah, it was not
You
this.
have to go back
So-
three meetings before. She said there was 2 PUDs that came to set the standards high. Standard, Crooks, and this one here. We can go back 3 before, because I looked at you, said, Mr. Abathera, you're going to have to really up your game, because we have 2 PUDs that came, and the bar's been set high. I cannot compete with with Long Lake and Crooks, 7-story buildings, apartment buildings, parking structures. If I tried putting that there, I wouldn't be standing here. So I can't compete at all with that.
Well,
That
I'm
is
not going to speak
all
for
net.
Ms. Dufresne. I just wanted to
Yeah.
point out that I don't recall her, and I don't see it in the minutes, at least
It
from
would-
January, that she made the comment about this. And I would also say, that nobody expects you to do the Long Lake and Crooks here. I mean,
Right.
I think and again, I don't want to speak for her, but what I got from that comment was about going through and coming up with, hitting a certain number. There's no rule on this. It's
Exactly.
discretionary. So we have to come up with a number of points that we hit. And we were pretty strict with Long Lake and Crooks because we wanted to get it right. And I think that was her point.
So, on my last meeting, I was told I had 4, maybe 4.5 points made. At the last, you can look at the meeting, and Ms. Dufresne said, nobody wants to hear what I have to say, but I see 4, 4.5, and what's going to happen when the next PUD comes? Are we going to allow 3? Are we going to allow 2? I'm showing that I'm better than this PUD right here. And this was approved, this is the last PUD that's been approved. And so far, everything that I have is better than this PUD, and I will argue anybody with that. They have a bigger park, but it's a sledding hill. How many people are going to go down a sledding hill? I know I'm not going down a sledding hill.
Also have a trail. They're also connecting to our trail.
What's that?
I'm sorry, they're also connecting to the city's trail.
Okay, so that's a plus connected. I don't see any ranch units, and I see 3 stories. And if you remember my first time coming in here, it started with Ms. Malapala, Mr. Hudson, no 3 stories. Those were the words, no 3 stories. I think, Ms. Parakis, you said that too, no 3 stories. I got rid of the 3 stories, and here, there's 74 3-story units in there. I mean, that is opposite of what I said. I don't want to keep comparing these two.
There's context. This is a totally different site, in a totally different environment, with totally different context. Your development, Mr. Gabathera, has to stand on its own.
I agree.
Based on the standards of the Planning Commission, or the standards of the PUD. So I would focus, Mr. Chairman, you're running how you want, but I would focus on the development of Mr. Gabathera before you tonight, and not compare it to previous developments, because totally different context, and his development has to stand on its own.
Okay, thank you for that.
That's fair.
Okay.
All right, so I've done 10 of them already. How many do you think we've hit? We had 4.5 out of the first 5.
Well, you blew it on the creativity thing, so.
So do I just stop right now, bring back new plans? I mean,
I'm just saying.
no, and I agree with you. I mean, I will admit, I can get a little bit more creative with the plans.
I know you can.
Let me stop you right here. Let me ask if some of the planning commissioners, because we've all prepared for the meeting, and we might have our points that we want to address with him. I mean, he can continue. We can have him continue and go through it, or if we have things that are sticking points for him tonight, and we just want to bring them up and get right to the point, we can do that as well. So I'm going to open it up back to the Planning Commission to address specific issues, if they have issues with the PUD that would preclude them from voting for it.
I think we need to continue.
Okay. Does everyone want to continue?
Got to hear the rest of it and go through
Yeah.
the rest of it so we can hear it all.
All right.
Okay.
I'll go. Number 11, the appropriate assembly, use, redevelopment, replacement, and/or improvement of existing sites that are occupied by obsolete uses and/or structures. We will be removing one of the old homes that is in poor shape to build newer ones alongside the 3 historic homes. Additionally, we will be improving the existing homes by installing up-to-date, energy-efficient furnace and hot water tanks and EV chargers. Number 12, a complementary variety of housing types that is in harmony with adjacent uses. The proposed development will have a wide variety of housing, including 3 of the existing historic homes, ranch units, and 2-story homes. All of these which are low-scale, single-family homes. So as I said before, my 2-story homes are all close to the office buildings. Number 13, a reduction of the impact of a nonconformity or removal of an obsolete building or structure. I really don't have an answer for number 13, other than we'll be preserving 3 old homes rather than demolishing them to maintain the history of the area and promote sustainability. Number 14, a development consistent with and meeting the intent of the article which will promote the intent of the master plan or the intent of any applicable corridor or sub-area plans. If conditions have changed since the plan or any applicable corridor or sub-area plans were adopted, uses shall be consistent with the recent development trends in the area. The master plan talks of finding and creating the missing middle in Troy, which we will be building in the proposed development. It also states that development in this area should be especially considerate of the remaining historic assets of the neighborhood, which we are doing through the preservation and improvements of the majority of the leaving the historic Livernois homes. That was written right in here on the Livernois and Square Lake. Livernois and Square Lake, I repeated everything that was put in the paper there. Number 15 includes all necessary information, specifications with respect to structures, height, setback, density, parking circulation, landscaping, amenities, and other designs and layouts, features, exhibiting a due regard for the relationship of the development of the surrounding properties and uses thereon, as well as to the relationship between the various elements within a proposed plan unit development. In determining whether these relationships have been appropriately addressed, consideration shall be given to the following. A, the bulk placement and materials of construction of the proposed structures and other site improvements. In an effort to cooperate with the current residents of the next-door neighborhood, we have been conscious to decrease the density of the housing that will be adjacent to their homes. We have the bulk of the 2-story homes close to the existing office buildings, keeping some separation between neighborhoods and maintaining the open feeling the current residents enjoy. B, the location and screening of vehicular circulation in parking areas in relation to surrounding properties and the other elements of the development. Parking areas will be available and surrounded by trees to keep it tastefully lined and subdued. The vehicle circulation will be placed further away from the existing homes, and parking areas will be located off the main road. So we're keeping the road here as far away from the existing homes as we are. We have the parking areas that are here, here, and over here, all away and not interfering with the circulation of the subdivision going through there. C, the location and screening of outdoor storage, loading areas, outdoor activity, and work areas and mechanical equipment. The sports court and putting green will have trees meant to screen the areas from existing residents. We have trees that are all alongside here as to screen this area here away from all these neighbors' houses right here. The hours of operation of the proposed uses. The sports court will only be open from dawn to dusk. The location, amount, type, intensity of landscaping, and other site amenities. In the community, green spaces such as walking paths, butterfly gardens, and around sports courts will be appropriately landscaped to make it appealing and pleasant to the eyes. Trees will be planted to promote a more green space. You can see we have lined all the way up alongside here, across, over, around, trees down alongside here, trees alongside here, street trees alongside here, and over and through here. We have trees and landscaping around the entire site. That's number 15. That's the next 5.
Yep, Ms. Malala-Holly.
Mr. Abadara, can you tell me what is it that sits in the middle between rows 21 to 25 and 15 to 20? I see it says seating area with raised beds.
Yes, that is this right here.
Oh.
That right there
Okay.
sits right there.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, I think we can move on.
All right, we only got a couple more. Number 16, parking shall be provided in order to properly serve the total ranges of uses within the PUD. The sharing of parking among the various uses within a PUD development may be permitted. The applicant shall provide justification to the satisfaction of the city that the shared parking proposed is sufficient for the development and will not impair the functioning of the development and will not have a negative effect on traffic flow within the development and/or on properties adjacent to the development. So there will be parking for residents near or outside their homes, as well as guest lots to serve as overflow parking. This is beneficial, for it will keep the roads in the proposed development from becoming too congested and thus will maintain traffic flow. So we have, really there's going to be no parking on these roads right here because we have overflow parking here, here, and here. Every house here has a 2-car driveway in front of them, 2-car driveways, and 2-car garages that the cars can park in. We have an abundance of parking. Number 17, innovative methods of stormwater management that enhance water quality shall be considered in the design of the stormwater system. The water filtration system will be installed. There will be a retention pond size for the site for a 100-year flood to help mitigate possible flooding. This detention basin is based on a 100-year flood now. Oakland County changed their laws about 2 to 3 years ago. It used to be a 10-year storage. So if you had every 10 years a big rain, you would store it. Now it's stored for a 100-year rain. Every 100 years you get one of those monster rains, this detention basin can hold all the water. We also have water filtration systems here and here. But the biggest thing is this detention basin. Water from the entire site comes into the detention basin, goes out through the pipes here and into this drain. There's a drain that runs right down here that's 54 inches in diameter. You can stand in, it's almost so tall. That takes all the water. So we are not contributing to any flooding that's here, 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 anywhere, because we contain every raindrop that falls on our property into our basin and out to that catch basin. Number 18, the proposed planned unit development shall be in compliance with all applicable federal, state, local laws and ordinances and shall coordinate with existing public facilities. Yes, we are. That's the last of them.
Yes, Ms. Malala-Holly.
I should have asked this clarification earlier on. Are some of your ranches 3-car garages?
We have the option for 3-car garages.
Okay, thanks.
I'm looking at it as those 8 ranches, I'm going to assume they're going to be 60, 65 years old. They're going to move in it. They're going to be single family, 2 cars. If they want a guy might have a classic car he wants to store in his garage, it's right there. So that's what I'm looking at for those 8 units. My vision is these 8 units are going to be empty nesters. These 22 here are going to be working couples. We just got Kmart property sold, correct? And they're going to put in a U of M hospital. It's going to bring 4,000 people that work here, doctors, nurses, nurses' assistants, residents. They're going to want to live somewhere close by. They don't want to live in an apartment, park the car outside. These are perfect for them. I spent a lot of time at Troy Beaumont, and I have people who are interested in moving in these already. They're working husband and wife, no kids yet, and they want a nice place to live that's safe, 2-car attached garage, and close to their work. So those are my visions, what's happening in this areas here.
One of the questions I had was some of the renderings that we saw in there, you were calling them ranches, but they were really 2 stories, and the ranch part was on the 2nd floor.
These are 2-story, these are duplex ranches here. So I have 8 ranch units, and these are all 2-story units here. These are 2 units together, but they're ranch units.
Let's talk really quick about, well, hang on one second. Page 311, ranch duplex unit. You know what I'm talking about, Mr. Carlisle? On page 311 of our packet, it's called ranch duplex unit, and it's a 2-story picture.
Yeah.
That could be a wrong picture. These right here are 2-story duplexes, these 4 units.
Okay, so they're not ranches. I
Yes.
thought maybe you were calling them that because when you walk in, it's basically the garage and a laundry, and then you walk upstairs and the whole house is upstairs.
Yes, that's a
But technically,
two-story.
it's not a ranch.
It's not a ranch.
Okay.
So they are two-story duplexes.
They're two-story duplexes.
Two-story duplexes, okay. Can we talk a minute about the patios and decks?
Sure. Go
I
back a
saw
page.
a lot of like little stone, like concrete squares outside of some of your entrances. I want to know, what if someone comes and wants to build a patio or a deck? And I also had questions about some of your renderings in terms of, it was confusing to me where the front entrance was, how people would be entering based on some of the pictures you showed.
Well, we talked about these 4 units here. They used to have front doors to nowhere. We changed that. These units right here, these are a community right here. We have the sidewalks with the front doors all here for these 5 units and those 5. These 3 front units right here. So these 13 units are all in this community right here.
Okay.
And then these 5 units have their front doors over here. And in the back, as you pull into this area here, these are all garages.
So the patio and deck, is that one of the questions?
So, yeah, I guess I just didn't, like in terms of item 15, I didn't feel like we have all the necessary information and specifications with respect to the structures, the heights, the setbacks, the density. No, I shouldn't say the density, but with the first part of that, there were a lot of renderings in the packet that I couldn't quite make out what I was looking at. They were mislabeled. I wasn't sure that the dimensions were clear. I feel like those aren't really ready yet. As a concept, I think, you've made significant improvements in terms of density and what we're looking at, but I didn't feel confident in the actual renderings or elevation.
There should be.
Architecture.
There should be pages from PEA that show all the dimensions, all the setbacks, everything in that plan. Ben, do you have, it would have been emailed to you and Brent.
They're the two-dimensional elevations, not the 3D perspectives.
And they were adequate?
Well,
Yeah, I didn't give a lot of study to them, but yeah, they look pretty good.
I think I'm more focusing on the section 806 when it talks about the review standards, the design standards and such, and that's where I think you need to go back and look at the architecture of these buildings and come up with something, I guess, a little more creative,
I wish you would have told me in January, because I could have had them for the last 3 months doing that. But I
Well,
still respect your
wait a
answer.
minute.
I mean, I still respect it. I'm going to have them come back and do it.
Ordinance. I mean, I'm just
Okay.
trying to help you understand what I saw with tonight's presentation.
Yes, I appreciate that.
May I ask a question?
Yes, I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm still
I
trying to
know
find-
Mr. Carlisle in his presentation did mention about inconsistencies in terms of setback. I want to know whether that has been clarified through his presentation.
It was an error on the site plan where the dimension line didn't go all the way to the property line. I measured it out, scaled it out, and it's correct. The distance is okay, meets setback, or it meets the ordinance requirements, but the line is wrong on the site plan.
And that is something that you have noted, Mr. Abatero.
If it is, the engineer will definitely fix that.
I also have another question regarding the EVA. I know you're going to have the breakaway wooden, whatever that's called, I forget the name, but will there be signage too in terms of,
Do we have that, Ben? I would have supplied that.
I asked for it, you didn't give us anything, as far as I know.
I know we have it. I don't know, we can't go back and look at our records from 3 months ago, but it showed the signs of what they look like on all of them. But yes, there will be signs that are right here and right there, EVA, because I even took pictures of other EVAs that are in the area and showed, and the description of what they look like, and had them here at the last meeting. So somewhere between the last meeting and here, they must have got not put in the packet. But that was a question you brought up last time, and we showed what they look like. Because people were worried about cars driving through them. And there's not going to be cars driving through them. They're going to be 4x4 posts in the ground that are breakaway for the fire trucks and ambulances.
Yes, Mr. Fox.
I have a question for Mr. Frayne and then a question for Mr. Abathari based on her answer. I know that in the past, we have approved the concept of a building being built and then required as a term of that approval, having the developer come back and present updated designs. Particularly, I'm thinking of the building, it was next to PNC Tower, where we approved the concept of a building being put there, but they had to come back and get a separate approval for the designs. Could that be added as a condition of this PUD where we approve the concept, the number of buildings, the density, the road layout, basically everything, but the designs of the buildings, and require that Mr. Abathari come back with a new design that we then approve?
Well, this is a PUD, right? And I think he's asking for concept development approval, not at this point.
He's asking for concept and preliminary site plan approval. He's asking for concept. There's two ways to do a PUD in Troy. You can do a concept PUD, which is the parameters you're talking about. It's more conceptual. You're not locking into the building footprints per se and the elevations. What I believe Mr. Abathari is asking for is concept site plan approval and preliminary concept development approval and preliminary site plan approval as part of a PUD. Typically with preliminary site plan approval, you require elevations, so that's what you're going to approve. You're going to approve those elevations. So procedurally, these are items that should be addressed at this point before it goes to council for consideration.
And because it'll be documented in an agreement that it needs to be in final format when it goes to council for its approval.
Okay, well then, my question for Mr. Abathari is moot point, so.
Mr. Buechner.
Procedurally, we've gone over a lot of things with him. Is this a public discussion or not?
Is it a public hearing?
This is a
It's a public hearing.
It is a public hearing.
So is that where we should go next?
I think so. I mean, is everyone ready to move on? Okay. Let's open the public hearing. Everyone has up to 3 minutes. Please sign in and state your name. And Jackie's going to help me keep time. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michael Johnson, and I've lived in Troy 60 years. I live on Square Lake now, real close to where all this is going on. I've been to, this is my third meeting, and I've noticed a couple of things. Number one, I think we focus a lot on the traffic aspect of this development, and I was thinking about it, and the developer is already approved to build 10 homes, which are going to be right around $1 million a piece. They're going to be 4 bedrooms and maybe like a mother-in-law suite down below. So that creates a situation where you're going to have like maybe kids driving, a mom and dad driving, and then grandma and grandpa driving. And then he's approved for 14 other units up towards the front. So I think lost in this is that's already been approved. So from a traffic standpoint, you're only talking about 9 more units. So I see that as kind of not being a great consideration based on what's already been approved. Secondly, I feel like the developer has done quite a bit as far as, addressing the concerns of the community, addressing the concerns of the commissioners, and, with designs, and he's come back time and time again. And I'm right there in the thick of it where all this is going on, and I have no problem with it, and I think it should move forward.
Good for you. Good for you.
Hello. I don't know how you all sit through this meeting so long, but thank you for your time and your service. I'm Mary Reddick. I'm on 6860 West Away, and I was at the last meeting and comment on Mr. A or Gary, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your last name, but all the work he's put into this. And I'm a realtor. I've lived in the area for about 3 years. And
it's interesting to come to these meetings and making these decisions and hearing different definitions, listening to everything like the upper ranch or whatever you want to call it, carriage ranch, it looks like a duplex and So you're hearing different languages and different definitions, and so consumers or residents don't know all those definitions as we do that are in planning or real estate or building. And I think that's some of the confusion that's rolling around in this room, just for whatever that purpose is to serve. But when I'm looking at this site plan, I just have a couple questions, and I don't know if they can be answered. But these units, the 26 to 30, the 25, well, what would it be, 13 to 30, what is the square footage of each of those units? Because it...
Yeah, right now that's public comment. You
Okay.
can just state the
Okay.
questions and he can answer them
Okay,
later.
those units look very narrow and small to me. If, I'd be surprised that they'd be that attractive to buy. The other thing, the parking for 26 and 25, it hardly looks like those people can even back out of those units. Just a comment and observation as far as space. I'm the same one that questioned this, where you're going to push the snow at the last meeting. And then the traffic on Livernois, I guess I don't understand why an access can't be to Square Lake Road. Maybe that was answered 2 years ago, I don't know. But I'm very concerned about the heavy traffic from all these people coming out, because even though there's only 33 units, that's really probably 66 cars, maybe 55, 56 cars. So you're going to get a lot of people coming out on Livernois Road, and there's that hump right there. When you're coming up there and those people are going to have to turn out, there's going to be problems coming out of just that one exit. So those are my comments about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Allison Whitehouse, and I live at 56 Telford Court. So my property is actually my driveway runs parallel to Livernois. So my side of my house, my family room windows, my door to go out into the yard, and my entrance is on that sideways facing Livernois. That distance is 35 feet. And also, when that road comes in, it's aiming right at my family room windows. The road coming in off of Livernois. In addition to that, that pickleball court and that putting green is about 50 feet from my patio. So that's my comment. I think if you lived there, you wouldn't want that to be in your backyard. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Could you sign in? Thank you. If there's anyone else, is anyone else here to speak? Yeah. Basically, 2 meetings.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Sheila Shomo. It's a marathon today. So I agree totally on the aesthetics of the ranches. I don't think I need to go into detail on that. It did look like in some of the renderings that the road on Livernois was kind of jutted out a little bit in order to extend the left turn lane. And in one of the drawings that was there, it seems necessary for the homes to have an extended left turn lane to get in, but that's also unacceptable to the owners on the west side because their land is being removed and they have the smallest front yards on Livernois. And even the developer noted that the traffic on Livernois was almost double of that on Square Lake, and all these homes will be coming out onto Livernois. There is no other exit onto Square Lake. Additionally, the density of the project. So he was talking about the number of units per acre. I think he's relying mostly on the 3 existing homes and the detention pond to pad the numbers, because if you look at the actual townhomes, that's a pretty dense area, and if you compare that to Tisbury Square, it looks relatively similar in that particular area alone. So I'm talking units like 13 through 30. because he's got 3.5 rows of townhomes there. And the traffic turnarounds, the T turnarounds are, in my opinion, a little bit of a ridiculous design. Parking lots have better circulation. If someone takes a wrong turn down one of those townhome rows, if all those driveway spots are filled, they're going to have to do like an 8-point turn to get out. So it seems a little unfeasible. I think those 3.5 rows of townhomes could be reduced a little bit more, or rearranged to allow better circulation of the area. Additionally, if those historical homes will be sold, I'm assuming all of that land, why does that need to be a PUD? Because it's just going to essentially be R1B if they're sold, and they're really not part of this. They're not part of the public that gets to enjoy any of the amenities that are literally in their backyard. And then I know it's a little subjective. It is subjective, the PUD requirements, but I still feel a majority are not met. I think it's based on everyone's individual interpretation a little bit. I think we can kind of come to a group consensus, but I think still quite a few of them are not met. I especially don't see innovative designs. I don't see the mix of open space and landscaping that that this neighborhood generally has in other places, a 25-foot wide park in between those townhomes. And then the other set of townhomes would literally look into someone's backyard, so they have nothing. Where do they go besides the sport court? I don't think that balance is quite there yet. And so I think it should still be R1B. Thank you.
Did you sign in?
I signed in earlier. Is that okay?
Is that fine?
Yes, that's fine. It's fine as long as you state your name again, please.
I did, but I'm sure.
You did. I'm just talking about the other ones following.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Thank you. I'm Nanette Gerhardt, again, at 6197 Livernois. I just have a few comments here. Like I said in the other meetings and previously, I do not approve this by any means of the imagination. I'm sorry, but this is a nightmare for many aspects. Parking. Where do these people, when they have a party, where do their guests park? You know where they're going to park? They're going to go across the street on Aspen Wall. They're going to go into the into the other parking lots in the surrounding areas and park there. There's no parking at all for that kind of situation. This whole development shouldn't even be going there. It is just not appropriate. There's so many other places in Troy that this could go to. This is not the place. Please preserve this area. Just leave it alone. We don't need it. It's just so unnecessary right now. And you have the power to stop it. You really do. The developer really, I'm glad that he spoke to the people in the office building and to Telford residents, but he didn't talk to the people across the street on Livernois at all. I propose if you're going to do anything, use the by right proposal that was originally put forth here. I also think it's very interesting that this developer is the same developer that caused all the havoc on 400 Ottawa. I see a pattern here.
Hello. Hi. My name is Lisa Williams. I live at 159 Telford. When news of this development began, many of us gave a wish list of things we wanted to see or keep when we first found out about this PUD. Yes, we wanted to keep the historic feel of all the houses on Livernois. Yes, we wanted 2-story instead of 3-story townhouses. Yes, we oppose a connection of our sub to the new development. But at our most recent HOA meeting, we met with Gary and were given 2 options. Plan A, which is the overcrowded PUD we see tonight, and Plan B is a combination of a by right development and a city-approved neighborhood node development. After weighing the pros and cons, we choose Plan B, the by right development. He is fully approved for the 3-story, 14-unit condos in the neighborhood node portion of the plan, and the 10 single-family residential homes for the rest of the development appear to meet all the current zoning ordinances for R1B standards, which is 2.2 units per acre. Plan B will erase or ease our traffic concerns by having the neighborhood node development come off of Square Lake, so you've got access there. This will only burden with 14 units of traffic. The Livernois entrance will only have 10 houses coming in and out, which is far less than 30 houses in Plan A that the PUD proposes. And that seriously calls into question Standard 10 of the what PUD standard needs to do for traffic impact. And to wrap it up, the 3-story condos are not preferred for their height, but have already been approved, could possibly address missing middle issues, which was stressed in page 80 of the master plan, to be walkable to services, have transitional density, use a smaller footprint with emphasis on quality, and it has that entrance to alleviate traffic. And it's all captured within the neighborhood node, legal. And you got R1B, you got neighborhood node, all good. That's all I have to say. I urge you, no PUD, vote Plan B, please. No PUD, vote Plan B.
Hi, my name is Jeff Williams. I'm at 159 Telford. I don't understand how the removal of 2 units from 6.31 acres now makes us qualify for a PUD. Nothing's basically changed. We met with 2 real estate attorneys to review the guts of what this is needed to qualify for a PUD. We were told these meetings that there's not a sufficient number of standards being met to qualify for a PUD. Article 11, Section 1103, standards for approval, I'll paraphrase. Standard 1, a PUD allowing a mixture of land uses. No, land uses are residential, commercial, recreational, and retail. This is all residential. Standard 2, public improvement. No, the goal is to enhance the quality of life for residents and contribute to the overall well-being of the community. The community does not want a PUD and will not improve our quality of life. Standard number 3, material benefit without a PUD. No, a PUD and R1B can both use the same materials. Standard 4, preservation of natural resources. No, there will be less green space, more buildings, and poor transitioning into surrounding neighborhoods. Standard 5, mixture of open space and pedestrian amenities. No, a PUD will be more dense and much larger housing footprint. Standard 6, a good transition between the PUD and the surrounding properties. This is a poor transition plan. Standard 7, promote energy conservation. A PUD and an R1B can both use solar lights and energy-saving devices. Standard 8, innovative and creative site designs. Nope, the original PUD is almost identical the one being proposed now and is not recommended. Standard 9, desirable qualities designed to human scale and exhibit contextual integration of buildings and city spaces. What we're told is no, this is supposed to tailor to the needs of people, not dominate by large-scale buildings. These buildings are supposed to relate well to the surrounding human environment. They're supposed to contribute to the overall character and identity of the surrounding neighborhoods. The condos in the middle of this PUD are 260% wider than the comparable house in Telford. Standard 10, mitigate impacts to traffic. No, the PUD will increase traffic by only having one entrance onto Livernois. With optional Plan B, with a by right, you'll have an entrance for 14 units off of Square Lake, and then 10 houses off Livernois. Far less than the 33 for the PUD. You might not have to widen Livernois Road with the Plan B. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ann Coleman. I don't see how the updated proposal for the PUD development meets the standards in the zoning ordinance article. In section 11.2, when it comes to being consistent with recent development trends in the area, if you are talking about the 3-story condos, they were built without us knowing, and we're not happy with them. In the area north of Square Lake and east of Livernois, the recent development trend is to rebuild a home on a single family, on an R1B zoned area. So replace a single-family home with another single-family home is the building trend. It would be helpful if you guys could put up the by right plan that we saw earlier, the side-by-side. That could create a visual for everyone if we're able to do that. When looking at section 11.3 in the city ordinance, number 2, it does not meet the standards. A public improvement such as transportation or safety and security. The entrance and exit to this development goes on to the road that the developer himself said had the heaviest traffic flow. I already have a hard time getting in and out of my driveway on Livernois. It does not meet standards for number 11, improvement of existing sites that are occupied by obsolete uses. Green space is not obsolete. This is new building. Does not meet the standards for number 12, in harmony with adjacent uses. The number of units proposed is not in harmony with the 2-lane roads or the other R1B adjacent properties. It does not meet the standards for number 13, reduction of impact of nonconformity or removal of obsolete buildings. There's nothing nonconforming to be changed. Again, this is new development. Number 14, the master plan holds the intent of this area as it is zoned R1B, and the new plan does not call out for increasing density of housing in our area. This is an adjacent property to the neighborhood node that has been deemed low-intensity use and allows for the build of the condos in the by right plan. The design does not create a central neighborhood village. It creates a neighborhood for just those neighbors inside it. It does not meet the standards for number 15. Due regard for the relationship of development to the surrounding properties and uses. There's nothing about this plan that speaks to the relationship to the surrounding properties. We do not live in units in this part of Troy. We live in single-family homes and want our new neighbors to enjoy the same benefits of a yard. Units connotates urban development. We are suburban. Thank you very much for serving. I'm in favor of the by right plan that was originally proposed. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Dave Pamprine. I've already been up here. So I'm not going to repeat because several of those comments are right on track. But I did have a couple extra questions. One of them really mentioned something that he mentioned, how along the edge, he made like a separation. He had these houses that were separating to make it less dense until he had the compact ones. But the whole concept is, shouldn't it all be the same density? Why are you making like a wall? Which brings me to my question. What is the density to the north? There was comparisons to other areas that were far away, like you mentioned, are kind of out of scope. What is the density of this area, just like north, all right on Telford? What is their density compared to this density? That might be an interesting figure, and I think it'd be nice for us to know. A second question that had come up, it's my understanding that there's an artesian well there, right where that retention pond is. Has that been taken into effect, or is that even true? I'm not sure. I was told this, and I wanted to bring it to the attention, if somebody could check into that. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is John Malott. I live at 72 Telford Court. Run out of space here. Just to address the density to the north. In Telford Ridge, we have 21 houses in 15 and a half acres. So it's a big difference. So anyway, first of all, I want to thank you all for serving. I know it's a late hour here. We addressed this many times, and I really appreciate all your time. And I would hope that you strongly consider where this development is going. It's sitting inside of, obviously, a residential area, surrounded on the better part of 3 sides by residences. And it's a rezoning request, obviously, as you know. City of Troy has a petition process for rezoning. As part of that, I've gone around and spoken to quite a few residents within the immediate area. And what I'd like to do is share with you some of the highlights of what I found. I've spoken thus far with just over 100 people, 104 to be exact. The owners of 8 of the 11 adjacent homes or within 100 feet are against this PUD. I have not spoken to 2 of those 11 yet. Owners of 18 of 23 homes within 200 feet of this PUD are against it. All told, 92 people that I've spoken to are against this PUD. 51 of those reside within 500 feet of the PUD. I have not yet spoken to 15 homeowners within 500 feet. The bulk of the remainder of the people that have signed against this PUD are within 1,000 feet, and half a dozen are within 1,250 feet. I do not intend to go any farther than that in terms of additional discussions, but I just wanted to make you aware that there are a lot of people that are not here tonight that are very much against this PUD. In fact, the overwhelming discussions that I've had, an overwhelming number of discussions, the people strongly favor the by right, leaving that residential and going with that. So, thank you very much.
Deborah Lazecki. Good evening, Commissioners. We're going to ask you to please continue your decision you made in January to oppose the PUD tonight. Gary gave a Plan B that he said that he will build if his PUD is turned down. We say build by right. Yes, we'll lose 4 older homes, but we feel the loss of those homes far outweighs the impact that a PUD will going forward for a community in our corner. His Plan B would allow him to build by right single-family homes as zoned, as that property is now zoned, which would blend much better into the single-family homes to the north and neighborhood. It also allows him to build his approved 3-story condos. He approved it in 2018, gave him 3 extensions, so he's well within his legal rights. We've never came to fight that. We just were saying we didn't want any more 3 stories in our corner or around it. Speaking to the intent of a PUD, though, Section 1101 in your ordinances, opinion to permit flexibility in design and use of residential and non-residential use, it doesn't meet. Number 3, encourage flexibility in design and use that will result in higher quality of development and better overall project that would be accomplished under conventional zoning, which can be accommodated without sacrificing established community values, doesn't meet it. Number 4, provide for the long-term protection or preservation of natural resources, natural features, and/or historical features. It's been well established those homes are not historical, so this does not meet that requirement. Number 9, ensure development that is consistent with the master plan. This property is zoned single-family residential. Doesn't meet that. And more importantly, B, a planned unit development project is viewed as an integrated development concept. To the end, the provision of this article is not intended to be used as a device for avoiding the zoning requirements that would otherwise apply. And last, talking about the owners on the west side, if I have this right, it looks like 10 feet are going to be coming off. Is that going to be coming off of their front lawns? And if you look at the west side properties, they have very short front lawns. So my question to you, to do the PUD, to get this, Is that better to go that route and take away from them? Or is it better to let him do by right, get this road out to Square Lake? He's already informed us he owns 2 more lots that way, so you know he's going. And that way you've got land, you got out here and out there, which will reduce, and hopefully we're hoping that will not increase for the extra long left turn lane. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for all you're doing.
Is there anyone else who'd like to come and speak on this? All right, I'm closing the public hearing. All right. Open for discussion. All right, Mr. Fox.
So it was very interesting to hear an openness to the by right layout for this property. And I think what is interesting to note is that the difference that we in theory would be selecting as a planning commission is how many middle income people we want to be able to live on this corner. Because this provides more affordable housing for income people. A higher number of middle income people can live in this setup. The by right, sure, there's 14 units, great. But then we are basically deciding to class out lower middle income people from those remaining houses. And so ultimately what we are deciding is we are deciding what type, financially, what type of person we want on that corner. And I personally would like to see more middle income people in Troy and on that corner. So that's where I'm at. I think there is definitely room for discussion on the designs. I wouldn't necessarily push toward an approval tonight. I would be more interested in a delay so that the designs can be updated to meet the standards that some folks have expressed concerns with. Again, if I could approve the concept tonight, that's something I'd be interested in doing, but I do understand that the designs are kind of entangled with this application, so that's my 2 cents.
Mr. Buechner.
Mr. A, I applaud your passion. I applaud your detail. I think, you know, you've done a nice job. You know this area inside and out. You've proven that. One thing I'm going to say that I think is more important than no one said, we're pretty tough. City council's tougher. I don't see you getting this through as much as I like it, and I think you've done a lot of stuff. You made a lot of compromises. You've been working at this for years. I don't see this going through.
Mr. Faison?
A couple things. Yeah, my main concern is the design. And Ben, I was wondering if you have access to the by right plan and could put that out.
It's on.
I know we've seen it before.
Well, I want to talk about the by right plan real quick, if I may.
Yes, please.
Okay.
So as everyone is aware, the pointer's not working. My pointer's not. As everyone's aware, the 14 unit has been approved, and that can be built right now, essentially. The 10 unit we talk about is by right, but it will still have to go through Planning Commission for review, and has not gone through the Planning Commission. Mr. Abathur shows 10 lots. I can't guarantee it's going to be 10 lots. It has to go through the process. So we talk about by right. He can develop this as R1B. That doesn't mean by right he's going to get 10 lots. We just don't know until he goes through the process. So nothing, I want to be very clear, nothing has been approved for the R1B section of the development at this point. Right now it's 3 lots zoned R1B. If it comes in for additional development, it'd have to go through the site plan process to the Planning Commission.
Understood. Thank you.
Clarifies that. Chris,
Thank you.
he may get 10 lots. We just don't know until we do the review.
Ms. Malala-Holly.
Just a clarification, so the approved townhome development, that's how many homes? 12?
14.
14. Okay, that's 14. So that's already done. So he can go ahead and start construction on this portion, and that he will come back for a separate, if he intends to. That's going to be coming back for a separate.
If the PUD does not get approved, or
Correct.
Mr. Abathur withdraws, he could start the 14 as soon as he gets his final engineering and building permits done. I don't know where they are in that process. And then the 10 would come back at a future date, I assume. I don't know.
If I may just add, I guess I was a little taken aback about the by right plan. that the residents talked about, because to my knowledge and understanding, a 3-story build in that area is not something that we were looking forward to seeing. So I'm a little, for the lack of a better vocabulary word today, because it's 11:39, people, confused. And I don't know. I do know for a fact that the design of the PUD homes is still under question. We all agree on that, I think. But I just cannot see the 3-story townhome development either. So I don't know.
Anyone? Yes, Mr. Tagle.
I have a question for your memory.
It's 11:40 at night.
Really?
You're one of the youngest in this room. You should be just. This by right development, I have a recollection that there was an issue with the access drive and the amount of property that was required to get a legal access drive, and I just don't remember how it got resolved.
He has legal access to that. He has legal access to have 14 units there. There was an issue about whether a sidewalk could fit within that or not. It was not whether or not the access could support 14 units.
So a sidewalk will not fit.
Sidewalk will not fit in that within.
So the approval was to tell him he didn't need to put a sidewalk in.
Basically.
So now we're back to issues of safety with.
And walkability.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean.
So you did it.
That's the fundamental question for the Planning Commission. It's not a threat, or it's just this could what he could be do by right, which is, what is on the left, and weigh that with the proposed benefits of what he's trying to do on the right, which is, as Mr. Abathur has gone through that process.
Yeah.
Does anyone else have anything to say?
Can I answer the question?
Go ahead and come on up.
You had stopped me earlier from talking to have the public comment. That's the only reason I would like to come back up. To Mr. Tagle's talk and to Mr. Fox's about tabling it, or to, as Mr. Ben said, I'm only looking for a conceptual instead of a planning. I've never heard the difference. I did not know there's a difference. Does conceptual mean you approve it the way it is and then we bring back elevations, or do you want to table it till I bring back elevations? Because it is 12 o'clock at night here. And if you want to table it to the next meeting, I can bring back all updated elevations and you can look at it and make a decision at that point, if that's what you guys want to do. I'm fine with that, just because it's been a long night.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, and just the by rights is, that is only what I can do if I don't get the PUD. So I haven't been approved for it, I haven't done anything. The only thing I can tell you is that by right is, it will still be the same de-acceleration, accelerations lanes that the PUD has. So those things happen in the road regardless, if that makes sense to everybody. So I will do whatever you guys want to do, but if you would like me to bring back updated blueprints that are much nicer and more clearer, I'll check to make sure where those PEA plans are. I'm fine with it, but it won't be a voting of a yes or no. It'll be a carry over to the next meeting, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
And that way I think we can be quick and have the plans brought up for you.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right? Thank you.
Kindly also have the EVA signage. Thank you, appreciate it.
Yes.
Yeah, I go along with that, Gary. I hope that the rest of the commission would like to see him come back and show additional elevations that are more appropriate for Troy.
Okay, that would be fine.
I think, Ms. Dufresne, do we need to pass a resolution to postpone? Is that what we do? Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone. Sorry.
I'll second.
Yes, Mr. Carlisle.
I don't think we want to go through this exercise another night, again, this length. So I think the resolution should be very clear of what you'd like Mr. Abathur to come back with. Or if you're comfortable with the 30 units plus the 3 reserved, that should be part of this discussion. Or if it's just the elevations and that's it, that should be part of the resolution. But I don't think we want to rehash. I assume the Planning Commission and the public doesn't want to rehash the same issues that we've just gone over tonight without some clear direction about what exactly you'd like Mr. Abbott there to come back with and what you're comfortable with that he's presented.
So, well, there's a
I'll
motion
just
on.
withdraw it until we figure
Okay.
out how we're gonna.
All right, Mr. Buechner.
We're all citizens in Troy. We've been in other places with other groups that they won the victory, but then they lost the battle. So we were all listening to you tonight. We all know what a lot of people said. You'd rather have the by right. Were people saying that? Were they meaning it or were they not? I would like. I'm not asking for an answer right now, but I want you guys individually to be thinking about it because I don't want you to win a battle and lose the war. So as a group, you guys got to think about, in my opinion. Well, you might not have a plan C. That's part of my point, is you guys as a group need to kind of figure out.
I think that, I'm sorry, we can't take any
Sorry,
comments.
I'm sorry if I'm.
I would just like to say, from my perspective, I was a little bit like Ms. Malala Holly, taken aback by the residents tonight. I did not expect that. We've been going along this. I thought we were moving in the right direction. Even talking about the nodes in the master plan, I thought we were sort of connecting there, and now I'm sort of confused. I think it's really late. I don't think we're going to get a lot done. So I do think that we should have a resolution to postpone with clear direction unless,
That's a good idea.
I don't know if we should do anything drastic at this hour.
Well, so, sorry.
Yes, please, Mr. Fox.
I guess if I could just ask my fellow commissioners for a nod or a shake of your head, not like an official vote. Are you comfortable with the 30 units? Like, is 30 units fine?
It's 33.
Or 33 units, sorry. 30 new units, preserving the 3 houses, 33 total. Is that, like, that concept, less so the design, is that something that currently, where are you at personally?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry I cannot give you a nod yet because I have an explanation here. I cannot come myself to agree to the by right development. I cannot. If I'm leaning towards anything, it will be the PUD, and for the simple reason that I know the developer has worked with us on many, many things that we brought back to him. Is it a perfect plan? Is it the best one that we have here? No, I'm not going to say, because I cannot see another 3-story come up there. That intersection cannot handle another 3-story. What is the big advantage in this is we will see different housing styles. Some residents will be happier in a ranch, some will be happier in a duplex, and some in the townhomes. At least it will allow them to have some kind of a community feel, if not a village feel, a community feel with the little bit of amenities that are there. I don't see any amenities coming up in the by right plan. I don't like 3 stories at all in that intersection. That cluster of 14 townhouses there is a nightmare. We're already dealing with one. We already know which one. I don't want that, honestly. I know Mr. Abatera pointed out in his slides how some of the homes' height is much lesser than the Telford homes. And I'm gonna go with that because I like that. That feel of that neighborhood needs lower height and a little bit of spread. We are getting some spread with the ranches, although there is a little bit of cluster happening with the townhomes, but I'm okay with this plan. I like that it is more green. I like that it has some amenities. I like that it has some privacy ensured for the single-family homes. As I said, is it a perfect plan? No. But am I going to vote for that as opposed to this one? Probably not. So that's my 2 cents.
I'll give my 2 cents as well. I'm in agreement that I don't know that I could approve. I wasn't on Planning Commission when that plan was accepted, and doesn't sit well with me. I don't think it's appropriate. I think that people will be very upset. I think we can work with what we've got. I'd like to see an approved plan. Let's hope it comes back and approved. I mean, we're not saying it's going to be approved next time, but I think we're looking for the actual elevations, the actual structures that are going to be there to be improved upon significantly. But as a general concept with the housing types, I'm okay with it. I think it answers the needs of Troy community better than the by right plan. I don't think there's a motion on the floor.
There is.
Oh,
He was ready to make it.
I withdrew it, sorry.
You retracted it, right?
So,
You were looking for consensus, right?
Yeah.
About the specificity of the motion, I think if you made reference to section 806 in the site plan review, it talks a lot about the architecture, the materials, the massing, the design. I think, if you were to say in the motion that that's really what needs to be focused on as far as the development of the product itself, the building product, that would be pretty specific.
well, so barring any other thoughts, feelings, opinions, I guess I'd like to make a motion to postpone the approval of this PUD pursuant to the applicant looking into the design review standards specified in 8.06 of the zoning ordinance, as well as providing signage for the EVA, and as well as providing updated elevations, et cetera. Is there anything else from here? Because there was a list of, already did that. Oh, lower the pole heights to 15 feet or less around the sports court. That's just from the motion. So.
Mr. Carlisle, sorry, just before you finish it, Mr. Carlisle, were there any other outstanding issues that should be addressed in the resolution, you think? I can't find it right now.
No, I think all the other items I had raised had been parts of the discussion tonight.
Okay, and I would just add to make sure that all of the dimensions, the lot dimensions, the setbacks, all of that, make sure it's very clear and have it laid out in a way where we can see the dimensions and then see the renderings side by side so we know what we're looking at. And so we know about decks and patios and things like that.
So that is the motion.
I would second that motion.
Okay. Mr. Buechner seconded it. Discussion? Let's vote.
Ms. Manola Holly?
Yes.
Ms. Parakis?
Yes.
Mr. Tagle?
Yes.
Mr. Buechner?
Yes.
Mr. Faison?
Yes.
Mr. Fox?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
There's an expression that I've heard many times, and that is, don't beat a dead horse. We've had 3 whacks at this horse, and we still can't make a decision for whatever reason, real or imagined. And I'm going to vote no. I think we're going to go right to the merits. Get it done with.
Mr. Krent?
Yes.
Mr. Lambert?
No.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Now we have public comment for items on the agenda.
Crap.
Opened and closed. All right. Okay, sorry. All right, sorry. Come on up.
Real quick, because I'm tired too. I got to drive early tomorrow. The resolution to postpone, fine, I get it. I think we missed the boat a little on density. I think that's really what, we're obviously concerned about the design and setbacks and all that, but I think the density is really what was concerning the residents and why some of the residents were choosing the lesser of 2 evils with the by rights, because there's too much density coming out onto Livernois. The townhomes are too close together. So I know that wasn't officially part of the resolution, so, but I think that's the little bit of a disappointing part. So, but thank you for your service. Sorry to be here till midnight.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay.
Real quickly, what I would say is the by rights, that's the lot size, not the actual size of the home on the lot. So you need to take that into consideration. That's not the house, that's the lot size, not what's going.
Good.
And density.
Anyone else? Okay. Closed for public comment. Moving on to Planning Commission comment. We'll start with Mr. Carlisle.
It was mentioned, the city did appoint a new city manager last night, Bob Bruner, who's now the current assistant city manager. I believe contract's being worked out, and we'll go to the next council meeting, I believe. So that's it. Thank you. And Brent is sick and apologizes for not being here tonight. I'm sure he's very upset he's not here.
I'm sure he's not watching. Jackie, do you? Okay. Ms. Dufresne?
So I have bad news to report. The Staffers have sued the city again. This time, they have claimed a First Amendment claim, an equal protection claim, alleging that the city has discriminated against him because he is Muslim. If you're interested in that complaint, it's on last night's agenda packet.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Tagle?
I just wanted to share why I voted no on the language change. Forgot what it was so long ago. I understand all of what was said, and I think there was a vehicle or an avenue to do that without taking out the terms that we took out. So not that I was in opposition to lowering the density or controlling what's there, but it was just I felt that gave us a little bit more maybe flexibility or opportunity. So.
Thank you.
I've been up for 20 and a half hours. No comment.
Okay, and I'm just going to really quickly say, I'm still spinning from what we just went through, but, you know, in my mind, I'm doing the math, it's 14 units plus 10 units, that's 24 units versus 33 units, and we're talking about density, and I don't know, I'm still kind of, I got to go home and, I'm going to rewatch this tomorrow, play it back. Okay, I'm done. Go ahead, Ms. Mulholland.
I will definitely be doing more homework before this one comes again in front of us. Thank you.
Nothing at this late hour.
Mr.
Nothing from me.
Mr. Buechner?
I guess just to provide some clarity on why I voted yes, because I think there are some folks who probably will watch this back later who will be confused why I voted yes on the change to remove multifamily. I was satisfied with the compromise of attached single family, because in my head I wanted, you know, maybe a little more density, but I also understood that the rest of the commission was apprehensive to just multifamily as a whole. So where compromise can be built, pursue compromise.
Ms. Zarnecki?
Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, all right. This meeting's adjourned.
You did fantastic.